Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
We will easily prevail.
That is President Trump addressing the nation following an onslaught of military strikes in Iran. He says the attacks will not only put an end to its nuclear ambitions, they'll cripple Iran's ability to fund non-Iranian terrorists.
For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb.
Trump says this all comes after peace talks continued to fall through with Iranian leadership.
As I see it right now, I'm not feeling very good. I'll tell you exactly why.
An Arizona congressman with questions about the U.S. attacks in Iran is hoping to get some answers this week. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live now in the news center to tell us more.
Congress needs to be involved in declarations of war. That's the message today from Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who also told reporters the Trump administration has not made it clear exactly what the goal is in the Middle East.
Even the President of the United States cannot move the country into war. So it's important. We're going to go back this weekend, and we're going to have a very important vote, and that is to assert the role of Congress in issues of war.
And that, as President Trump says, the conflict could last weeks or, quote, far longer. And Stanton says there will be debate this week over Congress's role in war declarations, and lawmakers will hear classified briefings about the conflict in Iran. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Just keep your head on a swivel.
Following the violence in the Middle East, there's increasing fear the war could find its way onto U.S. soil.
The Department of Homeland Security is sounding the alarm on potential lone wolf attacks and cyber threats as strikes continue in Iran. ABC News contributor and former FBI special agent in charge Rich Frankel tells Arizona's Morning News those concerns are very real.
The lone wolf, just by its name, no one knows about it, and so that person can act out without any notice to law enforcement.
This comes as investigators look into whether Iran may have been connected to a gunman who killed 2 people in a bar in Texas. Meanwhile, the Phoenix and Tempe police departments have both issued statements saying they will increase high-visibility patrols around public gatherings and houses of worship out of an abundance of caution. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
We have some steps that we're taking. We're pushing back. The community does not want that there.
That's Arizona Senator Mark Kelly weighing in on the Department of Homeland Security building for short-term detention processing in Surprise. Kelly tells Scripps News Group as far as he knows, no one has reached out to his office to support the center being in Surprise. When asked if the facility would impact himself, encouraging Democrats to vote for DHS funding, Kelly called for better training and different leadership for that to happen. AI videos made to scam customers into buying GLP-1 medications, also known as the weight loss drug, are becoming more frequent, some people even having lost up to $670 for one fraudulent dose. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays and Better Business Bureau Joe Ducey are out with a PSA this Consumer Protection Week that addresses this very thing.
Enough is enough. Recently, my office joined with other attorneys general urging Meta to enforce its AI policies on Instagram and Facebook and take down fake ads and videos.
Mays recommends people buy from reliable websites and be overly cautious of GLP-1 ads. There's a new study that shows just how little sleep high schoolers are getting these days.
The CDC suggests that for optimum health, both mental and physical, high schoolers should get between 8 and 10 hours of sleep a a night, but that does not seem to be happening. A new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association shows 77% of kids between the ages of 13 and 18 are getting on average just 7 hours a night, and the other 23% tell researchers they're getting only 5 hours or fewer a night. The researchers say teenagers are likely losing all that sleep because of more pressure, more screen time, and even though they're underage, more drinking. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Dow today dropped 73 points. The S&P up about 2.5 points, and the NASDAQ rose 80. If you need more money news, go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash, I-10 eastbound just past the I-17 Stack interchange with some delays back to 35th Avenue. Another crash in Tempe, Rural and Broadway, one in Chandler at Alma School north of Queen Creek Road, and another in Phoenix, Cactus, east of 51st Avenue. Traffic brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through the 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Get info at mchomeshows.com. Today, we're looking for a high of 91 with partly cloudy skies and then dropping into the mid-80s for Tuesday and Wednesday. Could see the upper 70s again by Thursday. 89 right now in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
A lot of people will tell you hour number 1 is the best of the hours. We're going to jump right into it. Obviously pretty heavy today with the news around the world, not just around the country, regarding war in Iran. And let's start it off right now by welcoming to the show Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. And first off, Senator Gallego, thank you for your time. Obviously a busy time, but we really wanted to get some of your perspective because you could be kind of leading the charge to stop this war, at least when it comes to the War Powers Act.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reason I actually am trying to communicate as much as possible on this is because I think there's a lack of communication. And whenever we're sending our men and women to harm's way, we should be actually over-communicating to the public, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? What's the end goal? How do we get out? All these questions that just have not exactly been answered by this administration. And it's not just this administration. Any administration needs to be doing the same thing. Right now, it's a very scary time, what's happening with our troops in the Middle East.
Senator, why do we go to war? I've got Trump saying that we were going to get hit by a ballistic missile, or the nukes were back after we obliterated them. And then I got to Hegseth saying, no, it's not regime change, but Trump said it was regime change. I can't get a straight answer from the administration. Can you?
Right. Look, we can't get a straight answer either. Tomorrow we have a classified briefing. We'll be able to get some questions answered. But when you go to war as quickly as we did without, approval of Congress, which you should, or at least a minimum notification to the whole country, it's because there is an actual imminent threat to our troops or the mainland, right? There was no capability for Iran to hit the mainland of the United States with ballistic missiles. That is absolute BS. Everyone that actually follows their trajectory of how they're building things knows that they were years away from that. We know that their nuclear capability was still not totally eroded, even though this administration said it was obliterated a couple months ago. But we also know they weren't anywhere near actually being able to field a nuclear weapon or anything in that regard. And then now the different reasons come back and forth what it is. My whole problem is that, number one, I think it's illegal for us to go to war unless there's an actual threat to our friends and to our national interests, which I don't think there is right now, to our troops, I should say, and to our national interests. And number two, there is no plan. The plan went from 1 day to 2 days. Now it's saying 4 to 5 weeks or whatever it takes. But that takes actual time and money. We only have so many amount of rockets. We have so many amount of bombs, and we have realistic expectations for us to actually take care of security all over the world. And right now, because I think there wasn't proper planning, I think we're going to end up having very piss poor performance.
Senator Ruben Gallego is joining us on KTAR Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. The moment you heard that we attacked Iran, What was going through your mind in the immediacy of finding that out?
Well, I didn't know it was going to happen. My sense was it was going to happen. Once we started moving all of our assets from all around the world, wasting millions, and not wasting, but using billions of dollars to do that, and positioning, 50% of our fleet basically in a very small area, all just stack around. I always thought it was going to be a matter of time. The most important thing I worried about first is, number one, are our men and women safe? Right? Beyond like the politics, beyond our, the idea of whether we should be at war or not, my first thought is, my God, I hope our men and women are safe, right? Because anytime you engage in any time of war making, things happen, right? They don't have to be good. Your opponent doesn't have to be good. They just have to be lucky. Mm-hmm. And when you're sending so many assets, so many planes into a certain area, all these guys have to do is just shoot a couple rockets or land a couple drones to the right spot, and people are going to die. So that was my first thought. Number two, my second thought is, how is this going to make us safer? And why are we doing this, right? And I think it's always important for any leader in this country, whenever you're sending our men and women, this is why, unfortunately, I had to learn this the hard way when I went to war and lost a lot of friends in the process, that you shouldn't be sending our men and women unless it is an actual threat to our homeland and to our national security. For example, Afghanistan was a reason we should have gone to Afghanistan. That is where the 9/11 attackers were trained. They were harboring al-Qaeda. Iraq was a war of choice that distracted us from where we need to be focused on, which should have been Afghanistan, Russia, and China. Now we're engaging in another war of choice. And then we had to make some decisions because of that. We had to pull away likely from Asia, pull away a little more from Europe. And then in terms of just money, this is expensive. We're spending money right now. We need to be focusing on the domestic problems we have in this country right now.
We're talking to Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. Again, thank you for being gracious with your time. You mentioned, and we know, you were a combat veteran. You spent time on the ground. Once a Marine, always a Marine, Senator. That I'm very aware of.
Thank you.
I have a couple of things that struck me. First off, CENTCOM has now confirmed the death toll has risen. It's now 6 U.S. service members were killed in.
I didn't know that.
Unfortunately,
it was at 4 last time.
It was at 4. Yeah. They said they sadly found 2 more, 18 seriously wounded, and this was in a strike on one of our bases, I believe, a missile strike in some way. All from the same thing. So obviously we want to update you on that, and it's tragic, any loss whatsoever. I also, one of the things we saw, which was, I don't know what to make of it exactly. I've heard, friendly fire, and obviously something that would concern anybody. But the Kuwaitis shot down 3 of our jets. But to be clear, Kuwait's on our side. Can you help
Kuwait's
me
on
understand
our side,
that?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, my guess, and I won't know until I actually have a briefing, but my guess, kind of understanding somewhat of this world, is that there probably was a lack of deconfliction. They were probably flying over and either flying to another site and or flying to interject incoming drones or incoming ballistic missiles. And the Kuwaitis themselves have a very sophisticated anti-air system that we provide them. And probably in the chaos of trying to protect their own homeland from what they thought were attacks, they locked onto our airplanes. And normally, if this was kind of any other battery system, I don't think it would have been able to catch any of our planes. But because it was an American-made missile, probably with American-made technology, it was able to take down 3 of our pilots. Luckily, they're all safe. Sorry, 6 of our pilots.
Right.
Luckily, they're all safe. But this is what happens in war. Mm-hmm. This actually is why you shouldn't rush to war, because you need to plan for this kind of stuff. In a proper, planning of a war, you would have actually deconflicted this whole system. You would have actually had the technology that would have recognized, hey, I'm an American-made missile, and I'm now shooting at an American-made platform. I'm going to reject that command. Mm-hmm. But because these guys are rushing through, they didn't think this out. They were thinking about a 1-day, 2-day war. Now we're going to have to be making some adjustments. And unfortunately, a lot of times in war, not most of the time, but a lot of times, a lot of the casualties you're going to see happening are going to be by accidents of this nature, or by people not paying attention, or by, for example, very soft targets. Some of these men and women that were killed by these attacks weren't even in near the theater, but were behind in a base, and they were able to get targeted to them. So this is what happens. This is a very unfortunate situation. more of these unfortunate situations will happen the longer this war goes on because they didn't plan properly for it.
Can I follow up with something? And again, I know that during your time in Iraq as a Lance Corporal with the Marines, you talk about losing comrades, friends. A lot of those losses in Iraq and Afghanistan were because of IEDs, explosives, munitions that were supplied by Iran or their proxies. Is that a conflict for you to say, you know what? I mean, sure. Iran certainly was creating havoc.
Yeah. So like, I wouldn't say that all the IEDs that hit us were Iranian, but from what we know now, looking back, we didn't know this when I was there in 2005. What we know now that there were some Iran proxy provided IEDs. And so is there a little side of me that doesn't like the idea of vengeance? Of course, I'm still a red-blooded Marine. I still want to see my vengeance. And let's not, kid ourselves. The Iranian government, I should say, is a horrible government. Yeah. They're entirely repressive of their people. But I also don't want this country to go to war because I want revenge. I don't want to doom another generation of veterans to PTSD, to missing limbs, everything else like that, because I want my revenge. I would rather spend my time, enjoying peace and hoping that we can get pieces between our country. Now, if we ever have to go to war against Iran, because it is actually in our national interest, because we have to defend ourselves or defend something that's directly in our national interest, then I'm not against that. But I don't want to choose and push our men to go to war for a war of choice or on behalf of the Gulf Coast countries or Israel, or because you have a bunch of men like me that want revenge. That's not what we need to be using our men and women, their time, their money, their time away from their family. And I need to suck it up and put that personal side away from me and focus on what really being a true leader is you need to take care of your men and women and only use them in defense of this country when it's the actual national interest of this country and not others.
Last one for me, Senator Gallego. Listen, there's good news. We killed the supreme leader, one of the most awful men on the planet. We know that he's killed so many Iranians. He's killed Americans. That's a good thing. We like that we got him.
That's a good thing. That's right.
They've been saying death to America for
so 40-something years.
The other side of it is, maybe they meant that, and we had to take them out before they took us out. That's kind of the other side that I'm hearing. Iran was at a weak point. And so maybe that's why the president said, now's the time. We took out most of the nukes here. Now let's take out the leadership. And that's kind of the other side of this, right?
Well, it can be the other side. They haven't explained that. But number two, then who's taking over Iran? When you have these power vacuums, bad things could happen. And there are actually worse people than the Khomeini, right? I know that's hard to believe. There are actually worse people than the Khomeini that could take over.
Right.
Number two, just because a country is weak doesn't actually justify us attacking in a preemptive manner. That actually is entirely against the war powers that the president actually has. At that point, he actually does need to come and talk to us. You're only allowed to actually execute your what I would say war making if we are in an imminent threat, something that's directly in terms of the mainland. Number two, if we have our men and women in direct and imminent threat, such as they're about to attack one of our bases with our men. There was no indication of that. Or there is something else that we could explicitly say that was actually in our national interest. There is nothing that's been said so far that is that. They're coming up with the reasons now to lay it out, but nothing that they've said concretely is going to point that what they did was not a violation of our rules. Again, the Khomeini, the regime, awful. The terrorism they supported, awful. I had to deal with it. I have to fight it myself, right? Sure. But at the end of the day, you can't be using our men and women willy-nilly without a plan, without an execution, without an exit plan, and without it making sure that it's in the direct national interest of this country, of our country.
And you said you kind of had to check. I don't know what it was, your ego or your passion for
desire for revenge.
Yeah. Trump said
desire is a very light word. Yeah.
Trump said, "quote I got him before he got me." What do you think of that quote?
Yeah. Again, in my opinion, and it's easy for me to say because I'm not president, when you are in those type of leadership positions, you can't think about me. This is not about me. This is about the country. Because it's not me that's going to go fight the war. It's like young 18, 19-year-old men and women that are going to fight this war. It's, these pilots that have been trained their whole life, they're going to go put themselves on the line. They're the ones that make the sacrifice. So when you're thinking about, whether or not I should do something, you can't think about me. And I only say that because I'm the guy who ended up, having to do a lot of crazy things with a lot of young men because there was a president back in 2004 or 2003, I should say, that was only thinking about me, and that was George Bush Jr. And we have a generation of Americans that are now suffering because he thought first about me and not about the country and what it meant that we're going to go into war.
Senator Gallego, appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, guys, and pray for our guys and gals over there, too.
To say the least, yeah. That's, again, Senator Ruben Gallego joining us to start the show off, talking about his concerns regarding a conflict, war, continued combat in Iran, in and around Iran. I guess we should say the entire region certainly feeling those effects. We're going to do a special edition of the Faceoff. That's coming up at 5 o'clock today. We'll convene a panel, and we're going to talk more specifically about this. Coming up next, Becky Lynn, she's got your check of the headlines. Wickenburg. I wanted to make sure to get your shout out in there for all the Wickenburgers. What up, Wickenburg? And up next, a ghoulish spectacle took place right outside of Nancy Guthrie's house. The latest up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:21. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so.
President Trump says the U.S. attacks in Iran come after the country continued to try to build nuclear weapons despite last year's military operation Midnight Hammer that reportedly destroyed Iran's nuclear capabilities.
They ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas.
Trump adds this was the last best chance to strike before Iran's stockpile of missiles were able to shield its nuclear program. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Well, we're going to be right around 91 for our high today, then dropping to the mid-80s by Tuesday and Wednesday. Currently in Phoenix, we are sitting at 90 degrees at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp, and Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News, the Iran conflict's expected to last for weeks, so will gas go sky high, and what's the potential for cyber attacks? Watch LaDonna, Harvey, and me on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen on air online or on the KTAR app.
So, Gatos, it's now been 1 month since Nancy Guthrie disappeared, abducted from her Tucson home. And none of the news, I guess you would say, is good on the 1 month anniversary.
No, I mean, over the weekend I saw some, I don't know if they're influencers or what have you, but, you know, they were in front of the Guthrie home.
Like the true crime podcasters.
Well,
and
some
stuff,
of them, but
yeah.
there was one gal who was wearing almost nothing,
Whoa.
right? And she was accompanied by some dude in leather, right, who was a cameraman, and they're out there taking pictures. Right? I mean, she's wearing basically nothing. and they're in front of the house getting pictures. And you're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing that outside of Nancy Guthrie's home? And why does the leather dude, why is he taking pictures of you? And it's like, okay.
It's a spectacle.
This is a crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a tragedy.
What happened, I think, was it today? Savannah Guthrie and her siblings and her husband, they all went in front of the house today, and you could just hear them just moaning in pain. Like you could, if you turn the volume up on that clip and it's out there, when you watch that and they're in front of the house and they're just so riddled with agony.
Yeah.
It's so sad. And then you've got this woman striking different poses in front of the Guthrie house. And it's like, okay, get out of here. Get out. I know you can stand there. I know you can do whatever you want. You get freedom. I get it. But it was so distasteful. And we're seeing a lot of that now.
Yeah, I would agree.
We're seeing a lot of it. It's very ghoulish
disappointing to say the least. But again, there is no bottom for some people.
There
right?
isn't.
And getting their picture taken and being a spectacle outside the Guthrie home is in some way, shape, or form good for their clicks or whatnot.
Awful.
We've got a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will continue to update us on what's going on. And could Iranian sleeper cells be activated in the U.S.? And is that what happened in Austin over the weekend? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvese here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo. And now we've partnered with them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute. But I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to MWUclinics.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Save up to $1,500 during our 42nd anniversary sale. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Ends March 31st.
Warranty limitations apply.
D-backs single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
As I see it right now, I'm not feeling very good. I'll tell you exactly why.
That's Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton saying today the Trump administration has not made it clear exactly what their goal is in the Middle East as the war with Iran unfolds. Stanton added there will be a debate and a vote this week over Congress's role in war declarations. He says the president alone cannot make that decision without Congress.
Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat.
That is President Trump explaining his reasoning behind the ongoing military strikes in Iran. He says the strikes come after hopes for peace talks fell through.
We thought we had a deal, but then they backed out, and they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way.
Trump says military action will be used to destroy Iran's missile capabilities, naval fleet, and its ability to fund and arm terrorists outside of its borders. The Department of Homeland Security is warning of potential violence on American soil in response to the strikes in Iran. ABC News contributor and former FBI special agent in charge, Rich Frankel, tells Arizona's Morning News how lone wolf attacks can be even more dangerous than those ordered by Iran itself.
It's hard to identify that person before they act out. When it's a coordinated attack by, a nation state such as Iran, the FBI, National Security Agency, CIA, that are coordinating and identifying the threat in the United States.
And this comes as investigators continue to look into whether Iran may be connected to a gunman who killed 2 people in a bar in Texas. Let's take a look at the Valley roads now. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway. Eastbound transition. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway. Westbound near State Route 87. A look into our surface streets. Chandler with a fire on Queen Creek Road and McQueen Road. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A few clouds today. 91 should be our high tonight, clear and 64. And then tomorrow and Wednesday, sunny skies, mid-80s. We could see the upper 70s again, though, by Thursday and Friday. Currently, it is 90 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey guys, it's Patricia with the Mike Broomhead Show. A big police operation in a Valley City. We talked to the Scottsdale Chief of Police on how they arrested 173 people in a human trafficking crackdown. That's Monday on the Mike Broomhead Show.
All righty. We've got ourselves a new time.
Yeah.
We're on from 2 to 6 now. 2 to 6, 2 to 6, 2 to 6. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos.
Yes.
We got to hear about the baby very shortly.
Oh, man, I got stories.
We got baby stories coming
My
up.
kid had a kid.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I missed a couple days last week. I'm going to tell. I've got a story, by the way. I'll tell you in about 10 minutes.
Well, we certainly missed you, so we're glad that
Thank you.
you're back with us. I think one of the concerns with any time you're involved in some sort of a war or conflict, and maybe specifically in the Middle East, and we saw it with Afghanistan and Iraq, were, what do you want to call it? Attacks on the homeland, inspired by, are they sleeper cells? Were they directed by, or was it just sympathizers? Exactly. And I don't know the exact total, but we had a lot of people that decided to, quote unquote, take up the war for themselves and go out and murder innocent civilians.
Right.
We had something happen over the weekend.
Very strange.
And initially it was, there was a shooting at a bar in Austin, Texas. Okay. But now it turns that it might have been a little bit more than just a shooting at a bar, and it may have a certain measure of domestic violence attached to it. They're still investigating it, but there seems to be some connections.
Yeah, is it domestic terrorism or is it not? I mean, you're at the bars, you're along the bustling 6th Street, and it's winding down, and then you have a barrage of gunfire. And it's a very popular entertainment district. It's the heart of the Texas capital, and you get a guy like, decides, okay, well, I'm gonna take some people with me.
Yeah. 2 people killed, 14 others wounded.
Yeah.
And this is, anybody who's been to Austin, I mean, this is the hot spot. This is where everybody goes out, and, all the bars and live music and food and everything. The shooter who died in a shootout with police was wearing a hoodie that said "Property of Allah," and apparently had the Iranian flag on it as well, which is why they believe this was connected. Now, he was from Senegal, which is in Africa, but this may be inspired by Muslim beliefs. I don't know.
Could be inspired by mental health issues. I saw the guy's rap sheet. He just had like a couple of very minor little things that it was, that I don't know if it was an arrest, worthy of an arrest, but he'd been here for a bit.
He'd been here since 2000.
But okay, if you're wearing a hoodie and it says the property of Allah, okay, well, we know what the terrorists on 9/11 said when they were in the cockpit.
Well, but it's translated to property of God.
Correct.
I mean, I see Christians wear that on their shirts.
Right, and do they don't take the plane down though? And I don't know if he was Muslim. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I mean, I really don't. Is he Muslim? But again, it's not Muslim. Has he hijacked the Muslim faith? Is what we're really talking
using it
about.
as an excuse.
Yeah, exactly. Because Muslim, not bad.
Yeah.
When you hijack any type of faith, it's bad.
Yeah,
it's dangerous, and it results in people getting killed.
Yeah.
Did he have mental health issues? Because most likely that is the case. And that's not to say that everybody has a mental health issue, goes out and shoots people. That's not the case. We're not saying that either.
No.
But, one of the things that I would want to know if I was the president and I'm ready to bomb Iran, do they actually have sleeper cells here? Because I got to tell you, man, I've heard for 30 years that they do. Does China have sleeper cells here? I don't know the answer to this.
Well,
but I sure as heck would like to know, because if we do go ahead and bomb Iran like we did over the weekend, does that mean that these cells are triggered and it's go time? Now, we haven't seen that yet.
No.
But you won't see that for a while.
Well, and I guess here's maybe more complicated. I think when you say sleeper cell, I get this image of like these organized groups, and they're laying low and they're pretending to be normal, and when they get the code word, they race out. Yeah. I think it's less organized than that.
Okay.
I think it is people who have been radicalized in some way, shape, or form, probably online.
Right.
And they see what happens in Iran, or they see that the Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed, and they activate themselves, for lack of better terms. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't need someone to tell them to go create mayhem. They just decided that's what I'm going to go do.
Is it more plausible that something like that happened versus an organized cell? Yes, I think so too. But doesn't it worry you? Doesn't it worry you that
the unknown
group of 30 people are going to be, have bombs strapped to their, to their chest, and they walk into the Scottsdale Mall?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know.
I think one of the things that concerns me as well, and we've at least seen it and or heard, and we've heard this for a while, is countries like Iran or China or North Korea.
Yeah.
They know they can never militarily go toe-to-toe with the United States.
And I think we've seen that this year.
Obviously.
Venezuela.
Obviously, right? Not even close.
Killed the supreme leader. I mean, our military is unreal.
Absolutely. But what can they do? Things like cyber attacks. They put their money into computer nerds, you know what, basically, and writing programs. And can they affect the water supply? Can they, whatever, disrupt things? And now, I would think if they could, wouldn't they have done it by now?
No, I don't think so.
You think they're hold on to it still?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times when you have, an operation like what we're doing in Iran, and we're going to talk to our military analyst in about 2 hours.
Yeah, we're going to talk to him.
And we're going to talk about like how big this operation was. He'll put it into perspective. But when there is, how do I say it? When there is retaliation, a lot of groups, they wait. It may come a month. It may come years later through proxies or terrorism, or as you said, cyber or regional escalation. That doesn't happen right away. So I don't expect things, to happen right away inside of the United States. Retaliation is often delayed if you really do look into these cases.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. A lot of it's at a time and place of their choosing. And, I just remember it from, the post 9/11 days. And always, I thought one of the scariest things you heard from the professionals in that world was, remember, the terrorists only have to be right once.
Yeah.
We have to be right every time.
True.
And it's a scary thing to think about. It really is. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And guess which one of us was holding a baby all weekend long? The guy with the cigar in his mouth. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken with Grandos coming up.
He's enjoying that too much, by the way. Advanced Window Products. I want you to go and check them out at advancedwindows.com. 480-746-4280. It is March. And they've got their spring sale. And I want you to get involved. If you want to get new windows, get them from a local Arizona company. Okay? That is this company, Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. And they've got $2,500 off when you mention Gatos when you purchase 10 windows or more. Now, if you have less than 10 windows, it's not a problem. They discount. It can all be prorated. Super easy. But go with guys and go with a company. Fast installation. Everything is done in-house. They build, install, and guarantee these windows for life. They just replace every single window in my home, and it's beautiful. It's ready to go, and I know we're going to save a lot on our AC bills when it comes to summertime. 480-746-4280, advancedwindows.com.
The conflict in Iran.
Israel saying the joint operation has knocked out nearly all of Iran's defenses, leading to near total air supremacy over Iran, making it safer for fighter pilots to attack targets in the country. But Iran is still striking back, launching a fierce assault on U.S. bases and at least 9 countries across the region.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on 92.3, the KTAR News app, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's
it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News Flash.
2:44, I'm Jackie Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Iran's leaders are scrambling to replace Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who ruled the country for 37 years before being killed in the surprise U.S. and Israeli bombardment. It's only the second time since the 1979 Islamic Revolution that a new Supreme Leader is being chosen. Potential candidates range from hardliners committed to confrontation with the West to reformists who seek diplomatic engagement. The Supreme Leader has the final say on all major decisions, including war, peace, and the country's disputed nuclear program. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. 91 today, mid-80s tomorrow and Wednesday, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, back to the upper 70s. Right now, it's 91 in Maricopa. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. It allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. Lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. Lifechangerloan.com.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You
test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing. Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
The Mexican army killed the country's most powerful cartel leader and one of the U.S.'s most wanted fugitives. The killing of Jalisco new generation cartel leader El Mencho prompted canceled flights to Mexico and warnings for Americans there to shelter in place.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Joe Huizinga. How bleak is Arizona's water future? One of the voices fighting for you on Colorado river rights, Congressman Greg Stanton, joins us tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
He's got a bit of a glow to him still. I saw the pictures coming in last week of our very own Gatos holding a bouncing baby girl. Thankfully, you weren't bouncing her. But I don't know if you could have had a bigger smile on your face.
I gotta tell you, pretty good.
Okay, the cigar is not helping.
So I was handing out cigars all over the station today.
Yes.
Running a bunch of big cigars. I was handing, Becky Lynn didn't want a cigar.
She did not want one.
No. Chocolate bars would have been wonderful.
Okay.
But,
So you ready? You ready for the whole story?
I can't wait. Honestly, we were on baby watch. It seemed like for 2 weeks.
We were on baby watch for a while, and our kid had a little girl, and so I want to give you the rundown on this thing. Okay. So we went to the hospital with her. They were going to induce her.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was Wednesday around 8 p.m. Because when I talked to the doctor, I said, how is this looking? Is there a chance that she could have the baby Friday? Because that doesn't work for me. I've got softball.
Work for me.
So is there a way to induce a little earlier? And the doctor said sure. So we picked Wednesday. So we went to the hospital Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Okay.
It was my wife and it was me and it was our daughter and her husband. And so 8 p.m.
Yeah.
All right. So they take her back.
All right.
And because of the flu season, it's only our daughter and her husband. You're only allowed
like
that.
Direct
no one is allowed to go back.
Okay.
So you're in the waiting room.
So I'm in the waiting room. And the cool thing about the waiting room is every so often over the intercom, you hear... And that means a baby was
There's
born.
another baby. They play that every time there's a baby.
It's like every time a bell rings, an angel gets his
That
wings.
is fantastic.
So we keep hearing this, it's going on.
And you're like,
oh, wow.
This could be us, right?
No, not that early.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, oh, how cool is that?
That's way cool.
Okay. So I'm also on Butters' watch because that's the dog.
Okay, we have to explain Butters a little bit.
Butters cannot be all by himself.
Butters has separation anxiety.
So what we did was I left the hospital around midnight.
Okay.
And I was on Butters' watch at home between probably 11 and 5. Went back to the hospital, Thursday at like 6 a.m. My wife, amazing. She stayed all night. You weren't getting her anywhere.
No,
she wasn't leaving.
She's not leaving.
Okay, so, and I get there and you hear the little lullaby and it's like, oh, wow, that's so cute. That's I wonder how everything's going back there.
Yeah.
So we weren't allowed back there.
Not allowed.
So we only are able to find out what's going on via text.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty cool.
Okay.
Right?
Who's texting?
So our daughter is even texting.
Oh.
Okay.
And her husband, and they're keeping us abreast of the situation.
So to speak, yes.
So the one thing our daughter wanted, to as most women do, is give me the needle. I want the epidural.
Yes.
Epidural. I've heard of it.
Did you get the epidural, Becky Lynn?
Oh, yes.
Okay. She's not messing around.
So overnight, labor started. They induced her. Labor started. Water broke, I guess, naturally. I don't know anything about that stuff.
I understand what that
But she's got the needle, and she's quite comfortable, which is great. So she's going through labor, and she's pretty comfortable. And we're texting back and forth. And, they said this baby could come, I don't know. She walked in the hospital at Wednesday, 8 p.m., and things were moving pretty quickly. And they're like, this baby could come between, 8 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Okay.
Like, this is great. Okay, let's go. Where's the lullaby? I want to hear this. Let's go.
You want your version of it. Yeah. Okay, fair.
So 10 a.m. comes and nothing. Then 11.
10 a.m. So, okay.
So it's been 12, 13 hours now.
And so noon.
No.
You're like, okay, I'm hungry. I'm going to go down to the cafeteria. Great Chinese food, by the way. Fantastic.
Very nice.
And so we're texting back and forth. And nope, we're still at so-and-so centimeters. We're still at so-and-so centimeters. It was supposed to happen kind of fast. And certainly things slowed down. But, the funny thing is, it's about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And we hear this, right? And we're like, that's us, right?
It's got to be us.
So we text her and we said, hey, did you have the kid? I thought that'd be funny, right? We'd text her, see if she had the kid. She texts back, no, I didn't have the kid. And it's one of those things. So an hour later, it's like 3 o'clock.
That's gotta be
Gotta
us.
be it.
That,
Gotta
right?
be it.
So I go, I don't know, let's text her again. So we text her again. Hey, did you have the kid? Did you give birth? No. And then 4 o'clock rolls around, right? We're waiting, and then we hear the,
But this is like Boy That Cried Wolf now.
Right.
You're like, yeah.
And we all go, that's it.
Oh,
That's gotta be the baby.
that's us.
So we text, hey, did you give birth? Didn't hear back.
Ooh.
She was busy.
She was busy.
She was
And
busy.
So my wife is, you know how she approaches people in the most awesome way, right?
Yes, she's
she can get an
wonderful.
answer out of you. She's very sweet. She goes up to, the front desk area where they're not allowed to tell you anything. Okay. She goes, our daughter is this and that, and I wanted to check. And they said, basically, we can't really tell you what's going on, but she's busy.
Oof.
They said she's busy.
She's busy.
So in the 4 o'clock hour, little baby is here.
Aww.
Got to hold the little one at 8 o'clock at night. Our daughter was a warrior.
Good for her.
The epidural got unplugged right before she was going to push. And she felt it all.
Oh!
They actually do back it off because you got to
Back
feel
it
a little.
off,
Yeah.
but yes, you're right.
Yeah.
But to unplug the whole thing, like at the worst time.
I prefer not to hear the details of this, quite
So
honestly.
I went around and handed out cigars.
You did.
So,
Yeah, I thought the
there's your
building was
cigar.
on fire. I could smell
Here we go.
smoke.
We're
Somebody.
smoking cigars today, baby. We got a little one.
Congratulations.
And she is a doll.
How
You
exciting.
and the Gatos bride and mom and dad and the baby doing well. Congratulations.
So wonderful.
Wonderful. It's wonderful.
That's
yes.
really cool. Really cool.
You want a
I didn't
cigar,
know they.
Bruce?
I'm good. I didn't know they did the little chimes. I think
I
that's
love
amazing.
that.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
Another angel gets its wings. Like. Have we come up with your name we're going to call you yet?
No.
Okay, we're working on that. Checking the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then coming up next, it's time for Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us live from D.C. Is going to war with Iran the biggest gamble of Trump's presidency? We're talking to her. Ask her about that. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A matter of national defense. That's how President Trump is framing the strikes in Iran, who says it was critical to ensure Iran is never able to build a nuclear weapon. The president stressing the importance of attacking now.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister.
He says the continued military operations will focus on destroying Iran's missile capabilities, its navy, and its ability to build nuclear weapons in the future.
It is the role of Congress to make a declaration of war.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says the president cannot declare wars on his own. KTAR's Ballon Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, that as the U.S.'s war with Iran escalates and will last for at least weeks, if not longer, according to President Trump himself today. But Arizona Democrat Greg Stanton also saying the president should have gone through Congress, adding he wants to know what the end goal is in the Middle East.
And we'll be debating that in the United States Congress this week. I look forward to having that thorough debate and hopefully getting a much better explanation as to the United States' objectives in Iran in that briefing.
And Stanton referring to a briefing Congress will receive tomorrow on the war. He also says this week there will be a vote on a measure limiting the president's ability to enter military conflicts. Live in the news center, Ballon Overstolz, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has a lot of questions about why the Trump administration pushed forward with attacks on Iran over the weekend. The Democrat tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he still doesn't see that there was an imminent threat.
The plan went from 1 day to 2 days. Now it's saying 4 to 5 weeks or whatever it takes. But that takes actual time and money. We only have so many amount of rockets. We have so many amount of bombs, and we have realistic expectations for us to actually take care of security all over the world.
You can see the entire exclusive interview with Senator Gallego on the KTAR YouTube channel. The Department of Homeland Security is warning of potential violence and cyber attacks on U.S. soil following these strikes in Iran. It comes as investigators look into whether Iran may have been connected to a gunman who killed 2 people in a bar in Texas. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia is brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's March 2nd, and back on this day in 1904, Dr. Seuss was born. Well, his real name isn't Dr. Seuss, and he was hardly a medical professional. Theodore Geisel, better known to the world as Dr. Seuss, was the author and illustrator behind such children's books as The Cat in the Hat and Green Eggs and Ham. He wrote 48 books that have sold well over 200 million copies and been translated into multiple languages. Dr. Seuss's books are known for their whimsical rhymes and quirky characters. The first children's book that Theodore wrote and illustrated, And to Think That I Saw It on Mulberry Street, was rejected by over 24 publishers before making it into print in 1937. His first bestseller, The Cat in the Hat, was published in 1957. Many Dr. Seuss's books have been adapted for television and film, including How the Grinch Stole Christmas and Horton Hears a Who. And it all started when Dr. Seuss was born, back on this day in 1904.
Checking on traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Gilbert with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound, and Val Vista Drive. Chandler with a vehicle fire on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound, approaching the Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound transition, and Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, I-10 Poplar Freeway eastbound near 59th Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Well, we have broken a heat record for the 3rd straight day. The previous record for this date today was 90, and we hit 91 just about 40 minutes ago at Sky Harbor. Currently in Avondale, we've creeped up to 92 degrees on the thermometer there. We are expecting to be back in the upper 70s. Fingers crossed by Thursday. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Many people will tell you, hour number 2, best of the hours.
We are at war with Iran. We all woke up to the news on Saturday. I saw a little bit of it Friday, I believe. And, CNN with a poll out, 60% of Americans disapprove of this.
Ooh.
Reuters, only 27% of adults approve of the U.S. campaign in Iran. We had Senator Gallego. You'll hear from him a little bit later in the show.
Yeah.
We're going to have a special 5 o'clock edition of the Faceoff. We're going to bring in a panel at 5 o'clock, talk Iran. Right now it is Mondays with Megan. Let's talk Iran with Megan McCain. Hi, Megan. How are you?
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
Another day in paradise, Megan. Another day in paradise.
I know. I know. I keep seeing these memes about 2026. They're hilarious and depressing.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest gamble of Trump's 2 presidencies?
Ooh.
I think so. Yes. That sounds accurate. I think this is a big one. I think it's going to be either one that extremely pays off or one that will not only ruin his legacy, but the possible legacy of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as well.
Oh, wow. I think of it that way. They all have their
So everything. So when you're talking about like the Republican Party and politics, everything is on the table with Iran. Everything with the way that will go. If Iran goes well, the Republicans might be okay. If Iran doesn't go well, it's going to be, because we all thought it was going to be a basic slaughter at the, like a blue wave come November anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be extremely challenging if this somehow goes south to in any way redeem Trump's legacy, at least in this term. And again, like, he's definitely rolling with big dice, and maybe is privy to a lot more information than the three of us are about, strategy. But if there's one thing that I know, and I was talking to my brother today, I was having core memory flashbacks of when I was 19 and he was 17 and he deployed the first time, and he deployed many, many times to Iraq and Afghanistan. I am the Iraq-Afghanistan generation. We're millennials. I do not want to do this again. I do not want to have a forever war. I do not want to watch every loved one I know sacrifice human treasure and blood for something, for a forever war that I don't completely understand. That doesn't mean it can't be explained to me. And my understanding is the vice president will be on Fox News tonight, but I would like to see a full sit-down interview with President Trump and other members of the administration, like a real one, not just like, sitting in a scrum outside of the White House and answering a few reporters' questions and having this whole thing explained to me, because there's a lot of people that are very nervous and unsure about what the strategy is.
We're talking to Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan. Meghan, I know you do not speak for your dad, who we love very much, but your dad and I went back and forth on this a little bit. My joke to him, and by the way, he gave me a wry smile when I said it, is you've never met a country you didn't think could be improved with high-altitude bombing. And Iran was on his list of the bad guys. I get a feeling like your dad would be like, finally, we're going after this axis of evil.
Well, one of the moments in his campaign when he ran for president in 2008 that got him in a lot of trouble was, and I'm sure you remember this, both of you remember this, is he sang like to a Beach Boys song, bomb, 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 Iran. And that was like, I'll never forget that. I mean, that like exploded everywhere and people loved it and obviously people hated it. And for me, just like on a personal level, the great irony that I and my family have been called like bloodthirsty warmongers for years and years by Trump MAGA face people and the spokespeople and characters, just to have Trump do something that I don't know. I can never say what my dad would or wouldn't do, but he clearly he in that moment he was for the bombing of Iran. So I'm possibly guess he would probably be supportive of this.
Okay, fair.
But like, it is ironic to me but he ran being honest about that. He ran and was a politician that got in arguments with you, Bruce, about or debates about this. The problem is Trump has ran, and his administration has ran on no more wars, no more Middle East,
no foreign wars,
extremely isolationist platform. So I think that's why so many people in the MAGA movement are confused. And look, I'm not saying I'm not for this. I'm saying I don't understand it enough. Do I think the world's an infinitely better place because the Ayatollah is dead? Of course. Sure. I celebrate him in the same way I would Hitler and any other terrorist being taken out. The problem, as we know from recent history, is America's not great at nation building. We are not great at regime change wars. So I just need to know that we have a plan, and this wasn't something that was done, impulsively. I assume it wasn't, but the messaging, as usual, is not the best coming out of this administration. And again, I'm not making a judgment call yet. I'm definitely sitting and waiting because I tend to be more hawkish than MAGA acolytes. But there are people like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson who are absolutely losing their minds on their shows today, angry and upset that this happened. And they certainly speak for a segment of the MAGA movement.
Meghan McCain is joining us. We're talking about the United States and Iran. I think the messaging has been complete horse crap. I mean, it's so bad.
Well, it's all over the place. Is that fair?
Trump says regime change. Hegseth says something different. And then the Pentagon decides, you know what? There was no imminent threat. And Trump was like, well, there was an imminent threat. Wait a second. So which one is it? If you're in day 3 of this war and you're already trying to decide, okay, why don't we all settle on one thing? How am I supposed to trust that they're going to have an end game, that they've planned an end game to this? Because I don't trust it.
No, I totally agree with you. And not to give you all too much information about my personal life, but I have a newborn. I'm nursing my child at all hours of the night. So I'm on Twitter and watching the news at all hours of the day. And on one moment, I see Secretary Hegseth saying we are at war. We're at war with Iran. Yeah. The next thing I see Senator Mark Wayne Mullen saying we are not at war. We are not at war. That's not what's going on. And then the next thing that I see is I'm sorry, my daughter just ran in. Even though she knows I'm not supposed to be talking to them on the radio. And then I see another figure. I see Senator Ted Cruz saying that there was not an imminent threat from nuclear weapons, that there was not. So I agree with you. I don't know what's going, the president should go on TV and do a state of national address to the country and explain to us what's going on. The vice president, I understand, is going on Jesse Waters tonight. Wouldn't be my choice of an interviewer for the moment, but that's just me. I would not choose Jesse Waters as the person to explain the war, movement. And also, I'm sure you guys have seen these photos. There's photos of President Trump and Secretary Rubio and other members of his cabinet in Mar-a-Lago. And then there's another picture of the vice president and other members of his cabinet in a totally different location in this. So you can surmise from imaging that there's probably an ideological split even within his cabinet on this.
Oh, interesting. I haven't looked at again, we're talking to Meghan McCain. Mondays
Bruce,
with
I'm spending
Meghan.
a lot of time on Twitter.
I'm going to say,
right now.
I don't get a lot of sleep. You're going through those pictures with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
Good for you. Yeah, you're on top of it. You touched on something that I'm finding interesting, and maybe I'm just enjoying watching it on Twitter, which is the no new wars, no foreign wars, America first crowd trying to justify starting a war with Iran. It's rich, to say the least. You could make an argument that it was one of the things I agreed with Trump on. I do not want any more Middle Eastern wars, only because of our history with them. It costs us blood and capital, and when we leave, it goes right back to being the way it was before. It kind of is what it is. And I just... for me, it's. I would love someone to tell me when in the history of mankind we've been able to bomb democracy into somebody.
Doesn't work that way.
No, I don't disagree with you. And I also think, again, there's been a lot of really hard lessons. I was talking to my brother Jimmy today that, you know him, Gatos. Yeah. And again, he's a multiple deployment veteran, deployed there for the first time when he was 17 in the Marines. And, I'm not going to, speak entirely for him, but he's not for this. He's not. And I think there's a lot of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans who are like red light, yellow light, because again, I remember when we were sold weapons of mass destruction, and this was during the Bush administration. And sure. This area of the world, it's I'm far from an expert in this, but it does seem like it is impossible to nation build with a community in that region which doesn't seem capable of it. And entirely different culture, entirely different religion. We can talk about this for hours and hours, but I think part of the reason why there's so much anxiety with so many people, again, like you said, is that the messaging, there's just no messaging. They just dropped giant bombs. I'm seeing images of the only 7-star hotel in the world in Dubai having drone strikes thrown into it. I mean, it's confusing and it's certainly disorienting. And then, we have people on social media saying, beware of terror cells. Well, I live right outside Washington, D.C. What are you talking about? Does that mean don't take my kids to the mall? What are you talking about? And again, you're just inducing anxiety to everyone. No one understands what's going on. Please get on TV and explain it to us. And again, I'm holding off on my judgment on how I feel about this yet because I just don't have enough information. But in this moment, I'm certainly, like I said, extremely anxious about what comes next.
It could hurt America's economy. It could hurt the stock market. It could make gas
More
prices.
American lives could be lost.
I was getting to that. Most important thing is American lives, because we had another soldier killed today.
The update is now 6, right? A total of 6 killed.
I mean, it could make gas prices $11 a gallon. Some people say. No. I mean, that's not necessarily going to happen yet, but the Straits of Hormuz are going to be
shut down according to Iran. They've shut down the Straits of Hormuz.
And if that's the case, the economy here in the United States is going to suffer. And so I'm just trying to look at it as, all right, we're going to lose troops over this. I don't want that. It's going to hurt the economy. I don't want that. Why is this good for us? I'm trying to figure that out, but nobody in Washington wants to tell me why this is good for America.
No, I don't disagree with you. And if that does happen, if this is the, door A that we go through, there's no future for Republican Party in this moment. The midterms are lost. I think 28 would be wildly challenging. I mean, Democrats can always screw everything up, but sure. I think it would be wildly, wildly challenging to put this narrative forward. And then this is also giving Democrats a real in to be the party of peace and no war, which, again, that you said that CNN poll at the beginning of this segment, right. It's extremely unpopular already. This just started. You have over 60-something% of the American public who don't want this. That's only going to get worse. And I also think there's a narrative out there that this is something that only boomers like it's certainly seeing that all over my social media and commentators as well. They're like, this is something like a very specific generation is comfortable with. They don't seem to understand younger generations. I mean, not even that much younger, just like people in their 50s, just non-boomers.
Right.
Like, we have been through this a lot. 20 years of my life was spent, and yours and everyone else's, dealing with the lies of the Iraq and Afghanistan war, and a lot was sacrificed. I don't want to get too personal, but like very good friends of ours who were lost limbs. We had a friend who took his own life when he returned from a deployment. The sacrifices are very, very real. And I don't know if people like Lindsey Graham are as connected to that as the rest of us are. I think they're, in Washington, D.C. and sort of looking at this as like a war game more so than reality. And I sure as hell hope this is a good move, and I hope it makes the world safer, but it's perfectly normal for all of us to sit here and have many questions and feel unsteady in the moment.
Yeah.
Megan, really appreciate your insight there from D.C. We'll let you get back to scrolling through Twitter, doom scrolling all the time with the baby.
By the
way, Gatos's kid
Yeah.
had a kid over the weekend.
Oh, I texted Megan.
I didn't know if I was allowed to say anything. So I wanted to be appropriate.
Believe me, we've been knee deep in it. Yeah.
Grandpa Gatos.
All right, there we go.
I got my cigar.
Yeah, he's got a cigar.
You don't seem old enough.
See, I'm not old enough. I'm super young, man. I mean, come on, look at me.
Getting older. I know. I feel that way. I'm like, how am I 40? What is going on? I'm cool. Whatever.
Megan,
Congratulations.
we'll set up a play date with your youngest
There you go.
and our youngest. It'll
All
be
right.
great.
Anytime.
All right.
Anytime. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you again for your time, Megan.
See you guys next week. Bye.
Yes, ma'am. All right, that is Mondays with Megan, with Megan McCain live in D.C. with some of her takes. And, I think those are some reasonable concerns she has.
Listen, this thing could be genius and work out. I just don't think we have an off ramp. I think we plan for the first few days of this.
We
thing.
always do a good job of that. We wipe out other nations' militaries.
Amazing.
Better than anybody.
Where do you want to go from there?
Yeah, and then
That's the hard part.
That's a good point. Hey, we've got Becky Lynn. She's going to get us updated on everything you need to know. Quick shout out to everyone listening in Peoria. What up, Peorians? Thank you guys so much. Peoria, there's your shout out. Next time you go out to dinner, will you be forced to surrender your phone? We have to pay extra for it? We'll tell you about that coming up. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Timing is everything. And right now we've got the beautiful weather, and we're going to have the beautiful weather for several months. My advice to you is get your home painted now. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Unlock a big discount when you text the word paint to 620-620. These guys know Arizona homes. They know Arizona's weather. They know exactly how the paint will protect your exterior so it lasts. When we are, marching towards 116, 117 degrees, you're going to need that fresh coat of paint, not only to just boost your curb appeal, but to protect your home from sun damage and heat and the wear from the summer that's going to hit us hard. So call the Arizona Painting Company. Tell them Gatos sent you. Text the word paint to 620-620 and unlock a big discount and get your home painted by the best in the state, the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
3:20, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We have now learned that 6 U.S. service members have been killed since Operation Epic Fury inside Iran began this weekend. U.S. Central Command confirmed the death toll today. The department also verified more than 1,250 targets in Iran were hit, including 11 Iranian ships, all of which were destroyed as per CENTCOM. Last hour, Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke to a press gaggle explaining why the U.S. took action at this time.
Because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a week in Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions.
The names of the deceased soldiers have not yet been released to the public. Iran has been firing back since Saturday's surprise attack that killed the Ayatollah took place. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's check on traffic this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound near Union Hills Drive. And Phoenix with a crash blocking the center lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Tatum Boulevard. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Another record-breaking day as we hit 91 degrees at Sky Harbor in the 2 o'clock hour. Currently in Peoria, it is 90. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio lays out the administration's plans in Iran. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen online, on air, or on the app.
You know what? It seems like it's gotten to the point now, Gatos, where we have become so connected and addicted to our phones that we basically need to, I'm going to say, pay extra and have somebody take our phone away from us to have meaningful connections with people. Apparently, like LA's hottest new place is it's like a restaurant, wine bar, book club. All right? It's in the cool Silver Lake area.
I don't want to read when I go out.
Okay. But this thing, by the way, they charge you $23 cover charge to get in.
To go read.
To go and talk about books.
Okay.
To read.
Yeah.
Maybe have a glass of vino or not. But the rule is?
No phone.
No phones.
Okay.
And people are like, you know what? I kind of needed somebody to take my phone from me so that I can sit at a table and here's the thing. Yeah. You're around other people that don't have phones.
Of course.
So you're forced to communicate.
Yeah. That's the way the Phoenix Open used to be.
What do you mean?
You would go to the Phoenix Open in the late 90s when cell phones came out.
When they first came out?
And you would not be allowed to bring it in.
Really?
You would either leave it in your car or you would check it.
I don't remember that.
And at that point, we weren't all completely just addicted to having our phone. But it was a little bit of an odd feeling.
Well, it was funny you say that because I seem to remember there were some concerts that we went to where you had to like check your phone.
Yeah.
They locked it up for you and then you got it on your way out, like so that you couldn't. I thought it was so you couldn't record the band. Is what I always thought that was for.
Yeah, some performers had that, like, 10 years ago or something?
Probably,
like that?
early
but
on.
You can't stop it now.
Oh, for God's sakes, no.
I think it's funny that, like, if you do go out to dinner, can you go, or this book club or whatever, can you go the whole time without checking your phone?
I mean, what if something happens? What if somebody's in a ditch on the side of the road, even though that's never actually happened?
Right. But can you do it? And the answer is no. You're always going to be wondering, well, what time is it? Well, I heard my phone. I felt my phone buzz. I wonder who it is. Oh, I see. I got a text.
It's just Pavlovian. Your phone buzzes and you reach for it, right?
Yeah. Well, my wife and I went to church over the weekend. I forgot my phone at home. And so I'm halfway down the street, and I go, I don't have my phone. Am I going to turn around and go get it? And I didn't.
Oh, good for you.
I had the shakes the whole time. It's a strange feeling,
I had
though.
the shakes the
it's a
whole
strange
time.
feeling, man.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
Interesting.
And so, we are just addicted to them. We're not getting rid of them anytime soon. It gets worse and worse as we go. I mean, look at you. You're on the phone right now while I'm speaking. You're not listening to me.
Here we go. Yeah, that's it. That's me the whole time you're talking. Yeah.
Very rude.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And then coming up next, could Senator Ruben Gallego lead the charge to stop the war in Iran in Congress? We talked about it. We talked to him, and we asked him that. It's coming up next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, the simple truth is there is so much more to retirement planning than simply calculating expenses. So what you think you're going to need to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth know this all too well and talk with people constantly, come up with a plan. They know, they understand how to build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your specific goals in your specific circumstances. They can talk to you about tax implications, Social Security impact, how to calculate health care expenses. There's a lot of things in there. When you have somebody like Trajan Wealth on your side, it makes the decisions a lot easier. You can find out for yourself, and there's no obligation. You could give them a call right now and make an appointment. Find out for yourself what Trajan Wealth can do for you. Easy. Give them a ring at 480-990-3300. 800-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Secretary of State Marco Rubio addressed a press gaggle this afternoon explaining why the administration needed to take action against Iran now. He acknowledged Israel's plan did play a role, but stressed there was an imminent threat to the U.S. and global security.
So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible.
a KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallegos says he saw it coming.
I didn't know it was going to happen. My sense was it was going to happen. Once we started moving all of our assets from all around the world.
The Democrat tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he still has lots of questions about what exactly the plan is for the current conflict with Iran and worries the lack of a plan could impact the operation. Now, you can see our entire exclusive conversation with Senator Gallego on the KTAR YouTube channel. Many questions remain after 3 were killed and 14 injured during a shooting that happened in downtown Austin early Sunday morning. The 53-year-old shooter opened fire into the busy street famously known for its nightlife before police returned fire and killed him. Austin Mayor Kirk Watson says his community is rallying together.
While this is a dark moment, our people are creating a lot of light in Austin, Texas. And what we do for each other matters.
An investigation into the motive and whether the shooting may have been inspired by the attack on Iran continues. Checking traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway. Eastbound near Elma School Road. Glendale with debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Union Hills Drive. And Chandler with a vehicle fire on I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound transition. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through the 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. More info at mchhomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Another record-breaking day of heat as we hit 91 degrees at Sky Harbor, breaking the previous record of 90. Tomorrow and Wednesday, we should be in the mid-80s and maybe the upper 70s again by Thursday. But right now in Gilbert, it is 90. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. The situation in the Middle East ever-changing. We'll have the latest for you, updated minute by minute, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch Jim Sharp and me on 92.3 FM and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
You know, just a little bit earlier, when we kicked the show off now at 2, we started with Senator Ruben Gallego, who is an outspoken detractor of this war in Iran. He has some specific concerns, and as a senator, he's been pushing for this War Powers Act and might be pushing for it even more so now in Congress.
Yeah, and when we talked to him earlier today, let's play a snippet of that because I think it is important. Why does he feel the need to kind of be the Democrat that is out there that's speaking out about this? And here's what he told us. Ruben Gallego with Outspoken about an hour and a half ago.
The reason I actually am trying to communicate as much as possible on this is because I think there's a lack of communication. And whenever we're sending our men and women to harm's way, we should be actually over-communicating to the public, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? What's the end goal? How do we get out? All these questions that just have not exactly been answered by this administration. And it's not just this administration. Any administration needs to be doing the same thing. Right now, it's a very scary time, what's happening with our troops in the Middle East.
Senator, why do we go to war? I've got Trump saying that we were going to get hit by a ballistic missile or the nukes were back after we obliterated them. And then I got to Hegseth saying, no, it's not regime change, but Trump said it was regime change. I can't get a straight answer from the administration. Can you?
Look, we can't get a straight answer there. Tomorrow we have a classified briefing. We'll be able to get some questions answered. When you go to war as quickly as we did without approval of Congress, which you should, and or at least a minimum notification to the whole country, it's because there is an actual imminent threat to our troops or the mainland, right? There was no capability for Iran to hit the mainland of the United States with ballistic missiles. That is absolute BS. Everyone that actually follows their trajectory of how they're building things knows that they were years away from that. We know that their nuclear capability was still not totally eroded, even though this administration said it was obliterated a couple months ago. But we also know they weren't anywhere near actually being able to field a nuclear weapon or anything in that regard. And then now the different reasons come back and forth what it is. My whole problem is that, number one, I think it's illegal for us to go to war unless there's an actual threat to our friends and to our national interests, which I don't think there is right now, to our troops, I should say, and to our national interests. And number two, there is no plan. The plan went from 1 day to 2 days. Now the president's saying 4 to 5 weeks or whatever it takes. But that takes actual time and money. We only have so many amount of rockets. We have so many amount of bombs, and we have realistic expectations for us to actually take care of security all over the world. And right now, because I think there wasn't proper planning, I think we're going to end up having very piss poor performance.
Senator Ruben Gallegos joining us on KTAR, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. The moment you heard that we attacked Iran, what was going through your mind in the immediacy of finding that out?
I didn't know it was going to happen. My sense was it was going to happen. Once we started moving all of our assets from all around the world, using billions of dollars to do that, and positioning 50% of our fleet basically in a very small area, all to stack Iran, I always thought it was going to be a matter of time. The most important thing I worried about first is, number one, are our men and women safe, right? Beyond like the politics, beyond our, the idea of whether we should be at war or not, my first thought is, my God, I hope our men and women are safe, right? Because anytime you engage in any time of war making, things happen, right? They don't have to be good. Your opponent doesn't have to be good. They just have to be lucky. Mm-hmm. And when you're sending so many assets, so many planes into a certain area, all these guys have to do is just shoot a couple rockets or land a couple drones to the right spot, and people are going to die. So that was my first thought. Number two, my second thought is, how is this going to make us safer? And why are we doing this, right? And I think it's always important for any leader in this country, whenever you're sending our men and women, this is why, unfortunately, I had to learn this the hard way when I went to war and lost a lot of friends in the process, that you shouldn't be sending our men and women unless it is an actual threat to our homeland and to our national security. For example, Afghanistan was a reason we should have gone to Afghanistan. That is where the 9/11 attackers were trained. They were harboring al-Qaeda. Iraq was a war of choice. A war of choice that distracted us from where we need to be focused on, which should have been Afghanistan, Russia, and China. Now we're engaging in another war of choice. And we had to make some decisions because of that. We had to pull away likely from Asia, pull away a little more from Europe. And then in terms of just money, this is expensive. We're spending money right now. We need to be focusing on the domestic problems we have in this country right now.
All right, that's Ruben Gallego, Arizona's United States Senator. I look back to the Iraq War, 9/11 happens, we go into Afghanistan, and I thought Afghanistan was 100% the right thing to do. And then you're like, wow, there are these people out there that want to kill us. Okay, well, Iraq, apparently they've got nuclear weapons or they've got weapons of mass destruction. And I remember being for that war in Iraq, saying, okay,
we're already there. We're next door.
We're next door. Saddam Hussein is a bad guy.
No argument
We've
there.
already been to war with him once.
Yeah.
And now it seemed like the war on terror fused from Afghanistan to Iraq. And now I look back and say,
we did clump them together, but they were not related in any way, shape, or form.
They were not related. Yeah. Now I look back and I say, man, it all looks good when you cut the head off of the snake. We did that with the Taliban. We did that with Saddam Hussein. Okay, so where are we today in Afghanistan? We're right back to where we were 20 years ago. 26 years ago.
And again, my concern is based more on history. And I use the term, we haven't been able to bomb democracy into anybody yet.
We didn't do it with Afghanistan, and we didn't do it with Iraq.
We didn't do it with Vietnam.
And now we're trying it in Iran, and it makes me very, very nervous, especially with this administration, where, yes, we've got the best military. If you want to take somebody out, we can take somebody out.
Without a doubt.
What are you going to do down the road to make sure this works? They don't have the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, some people think they do.
The skeptic in me, and believe me, I got a lot of skepticism. The skeptic in me says, I know who benefits by this. Israel and Saudi Arabia. They benefit. This is a direct benefit to them having Iran on its heels, who is a...
Well, then let them do it.
But I've always said that. If you guys want to go do it, knock yourselves out. Why is it our fight?
We just got this in from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, because like you heard me ask Gallego, well, Trump said it's regime change, and Hegseth says it isn't.
Yeah.
It's about nuclear weapons. No, it's about, taking out the supreme leader. Or now it's about the people of Iran. And Rubio, let's see what he says, because I just want to know why we did it.
There absolutely was an imminent threat. And
Oh, that's the other thing. Was there an imminent threat? The Pentagon says no. Everyone else says yes. So do I believe the Pentagon or do I believe Rubio? I mean,
God.
right?
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. Okay. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us.
Okay, hold on a second.
So we attacked them.
No, don't even go through it. This is my issue.
That doesn't make a lick of sense, does it?
It makes no sense.
Okay.
When you listen to Trump, it makes no sense. When you listen to Rubio, it makes no sense. When you listen to Hegseth, he says something different. They don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't think they know why they went in.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
That makes zero sense. If Iran
we attacked
was hit,
them,
and then we
because
what is he
if somebody
about?
else attacked them, then they would attack us. So therefore, we attack them.
And right there, if the biggest parts of this administration can't get the real story together, if they haven't sat in a room and said, "Hey, let's tell everybody why we attacked them."
By the way,
and they all have different answers.
Using that analogy, Russia and China would attack us if they were attacked by somebody else.
They all have different answers, and no one knows why we did it.
Yeah, it's nobody's singing from the same hymn book. That's fair to say.
They are not on the same page, Bruce.
All right, agreed. We're going to continue. We got more of this conversation. We'll talk more about it. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Lund Mortgage. Let's talk about the Lund Mortgage team. Couple different things. Number one, is it the time to buy a house? Well, you see the mortgage rates going down. That's good. You see, some of these properties are sitting a little bit longer, and what are the homeowners doing? They're lowering the price. That's good for you, too. Now, I also know that when springtime comes, that's really when a lot of folks start purchasing their homes. So what I would do if I were you is this. If you're interested in buying a house, all you have to do is call the Lund Mortgage team, lundmortgage.com. Call the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-approved for a loan. That's what they do better and faster than anyone. Get your paperwork done. Once it's done, you can decide, okay, now that we have all this done, and there's a proper way to do it, and it's to get that pre-approval first. Now we can decide if we want to buy a house. The Lund Mortgage team will get you the lowest rates, lowest fees, hold your hand throughout the whole thing. All you have to do is go to lundmortgage.com, tell them Gato sent you.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The conflict in Iran.
Israel saying the joint operation has knocked out nearly all of Iran's defenses, leading to near total air supremacy over Iran, making it safer for fighter pilots to attack targets in the country. But Iran is still striking back, launching a fierce assault on U.S. bases and at least 9 countries across the region.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on 92.3, the KTAR News app, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The House Oversight Committee has released the videos from last week's depositions of former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. The pair were deposed as part of the committee's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. ABC's Olivia Rubin has been going through the tape of former President Bill Clinton.
He was also asked about his time aboard Epstein's private plane, and this has been a big issue that they have focused on because, remember, Clinton took about 4 international trips on Epstein's private plane in 2002 and 2003. Trips he says were for humanitarian purposes. As it relates to the Clinton Foundation, he described his time aboard Epstein's plane, saying that they would talk, they would work, they would sleep, they would even play cards, but that there was nothing nefarious done on those planes.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Gilbert disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound at Val Vista Drive. And lastly, Chandler with a extinguished vehicle fire off-right I-10 Papago or Maricopa Freeway westbound near the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway transition. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund. Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's go to KTAR.com and we'll see what the big Q is. I think it's not going to be much of a surprise, but do you support President Trump's decision for regime change in Iran? So here's the thing. So I wrote this yesterday.
Okay.
So I write it out. I send it to our terrific web department. They post it.
Okay.
And so I wrote it specifically like this. Do you support President Trump's decision for regime change in Iran? I don't even know that if that's what he thinks today. That's what he thought yesterday. But
when you wrote the poll, that was the story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Hegseth said one thing, Trump said another. Rubio, by the way, was a beauty today. I don't even know what he
didn't
said.
make a lick of sense.
So do you support Trump's decision? Because yesterday it was regime change in Iran.
Gosh, well,
yes, no, or not sure.
I've seen other polling that people weren't in favor of this in general, but I don't know the way you worded it. I'm going to say 56 no. I think it'll be close.
56% no.
I say 56 no.
Okay, 50% yes.
Oh, okay.
36% no. 14% not sure.
All right.
I can tell you that there have been 3 polls conducted in the wake of the initial U.S. attack.
Quick snap polls, okay.
The American public largely is unsupportive of the strikes in the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's not real close.
Well, we've all lived through this. I mean,
Not real close.
We've lived through these,
Like, what did Meghan McCain say just almost an hour ago? I don't want to do this again.
Been through that already.
I don't want to do this again. And she talked about, her friends who went to war and were killed and losing limbs. And we've already had, 6?
The mental stress?
Right. Coming back. They take their own life sometimes. We've already had 6 killed, 6 Americans killed.
2 more were confirmed today. They were sadly victims of the strike that killed the other 4. They found the bodies today.
If almost every member of
seriously
the Trump administration is giving you a different reason for why we went to war, why are you confident that this is going to turn out good?
Yeah. So one of the things you might have heard about, and a concern that I think people have for gas prices, the economy, is there are conflicting reports about the Straits of Hormuz being closed. This is the kind of choke point, if you will, where Iran has, by the way, already damaged 3 different oil tankers, killing 1 seafarer and leaving ships. I was looking at a map because this is what I do. I'm fascinated by the big ships. There are 300 ships, many tankers, that are on either side of the Strait of Hormuz. So they're either full of oil trying to leave or they're empty coming in to get oil.
Right.
And they're just sitting there. And here's why. And this is something because the U.S. Navy says the straits are open. Iran says, no, they're not. I want you to imagine this. Every ship out there has insurance. There's insurance for the ship itself, like you would have car insurance. But there's also insurance for the contents, the oil, right? Or whatever things you have on it. All of the major marine insurers canceled policies for vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. So you can't insure your tanker. So it doesn't matter if it's open or closed to navigation. You ain't taking your boat through there if there's no insurance and it's only on the boat owner.
The ripple effect on gas prices, it could be horrific.
Yeah, 90% of the Gulf oil comes through that area. So it is a choke point, to say the least.
Yeah.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then coming up next, war with Iran. Well, I want to play you a little bit of what Meghan McCain had to say and also Senator Ruben Gallego, some of their comments regarding how we move forward from here. It's up next, we're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center, they're going to change your life. If you have broken teeth or missing teeth and you've always wanted to do something about it, you wanted to eat the foods that you love again, you wanted to smile in public again, you wanted to feel beautiful again, and you just don't feel that way with broken or missing teeth. Go see Dr. Joe with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. He will deliver results that you can trust. There's a lot of gimmick dentistry you're going to see elsewhere. Stay away from that. It's bait and switch pricing. There's some fake limited time offers and surprise add-on fees. That's the garbage you don't want to deal with. At Aria, you don't have to deal with any of that garbage. You know exactly what to expect. They've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. So with Dr. Joe, with Aria being a local company, your price will be a lot lower than a lot of these other companies. You'll save thousands of dollars. And all you have to do is just get that free consultation. Tell them Gato sent you. Go see Dr. Joe, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new Presidential Pool. And now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry. They are committed to providing total customer satisfaction. Be sure to check out their massive pool park for inspiring ideas. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Don doesn't want to spend it painting, so he called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix, and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The State Department is urging U.S. citizens to leave more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries due to safety risks. This after U.S. and Israeli attacks in Iran have led to a spreading conflict that has touched a number of different countries, from Cyprus, west of Israel, to states around and near the Persian Gulf, including the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Qatar. Countries from which Americans are being urged to leave include Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. Again, American citizens being urged to leave more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries amid this continuing conflict with Iran. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Top lawmakers on Capitol Hill are getting a briefing on the classified information that led to this weekend's joint strikes in Iran. The rest of Congress will get that tomorrow, but it hasn't kept critics from calling for the curtailing of presidential powers on military action. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
Of course, we know that the U.S. and Israel have been planning this operation for months. But Rubio said today if the U.S. didn't preemptively go after Iran, quote, we would suffer higher casualties. All of this as Congress this week will consider votes in the House and Senate under the War Powers Resolution aiming to curb the use of U.S. forces unless lawmakers vote to authorize it. The notion there being that the people's elected leaders should at least have a debate and take a vote.
As I see it right now, I'm not feeling very good. I'll tell you exactly why.
That's Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton with questions about the U.S. attacks in Iran, hoping to get some answers this week. And KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live now in the News Center with more.
Congress needs to be involved in declarations of war. That's the message today from Arizona U.S. Rep. Greg Stanton, who also told reporters the Trump admin has not made it clear exactly what the goal is in the Middle East.
Even the President of the United States cannot move the country into war. So it's important. We're going to go back this weekend, and we're going to have a very important vote, and that is to assert the role of Congress in issues of war.
And that, as President Trump says, the conflict could last weeks or, quote, far longer. Stanton says there will be debate this week over Congress's role in war declarations, and lawmakers will hear classified briefings about the conflict in Iran. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Just keep your head on a swivel.
Following the violence in the Middle East, there is increasing fear the war could find its way onto U.S. soil.
The Department of Homeland Security is sounding the alarm on potential lone wolf attacks and cyber threats as strikes continue in Iran. ABC News contributor and former FBI special agent in charge Rich Frankel tells Arizona's Morning News those concerns are very real.
The lone wolf, just by its name, no one knows about it, and so that person can act out without any notice to law enforcement.
This comes as investigators look into whether Iran may have been connected to a gunman who killed 2 people in a bar in Texas. Meanwhile, the Phoenix and Tempe police departments have both issued statements saying they will increase high-visibility patrols around public gatherings and houses of worship out of an abundance of caution. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is partnering with the Better Business Bureau's Joe Ducey on this Consumer Protection Week to warn Arizonans about an increase in AI-generated weight loss drug scams. Weight loss drugs have seen a stark increase in popularity over the last few years. Mays and Ducey released a PSA warning about some of the scams that are out there.
Like that GLP-1 shot for $32. Turns out it was a membership fee. The woman then had to pay $670 more. Another person paid $70 for weight loss patches that turned out to be just collagen.
They recommend all Arizonans be cautious of weight loss ads, not to trust sponsorships, and buy from reliable sources. Let's check on the roads this afternoon now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Via de Ventura. It's Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near Litchfield Road. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 51st Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry, offering medication management, therapy, and innovative treatments for depression, PTSD, and more. Go to revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A record-breaking day for the third straight day. We hit 91 degrees in the 2 o'clock hour. 64 should be our overnight low, and the mid-80s Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now in Apache Junction, it's 90. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6.
Oh.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Ooh, a lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours, although coming up at 5, a special edition of the Faceoff. We'll be bringing in a panel of experts and discussing, needless to say, what in the world is going on specifically with Iran.
Yeah, correct. We've got 6 dead Americans already over the last just a few days.
18 seriously injured.
Yes, and I just don't want to do another Iraq again, and I hope that this isn't it.
Yeah.
I hope that this isn't it. We'll talk about this at 5 o'clock, but, you know, we wanted to bring you some clips of Meghan McCain. I thought she was outstanding earlier today.
She was.
Also, you're going to hear from Senator Ruben Gallego, who joined us.
And obviously, Meghan comes from a military family. Brother, father, grandfather, all served.
Yeah, and if you want to go into the politics of this, here's the question that I asked Meghan. Is this the biggest gamble of Trump's 2 presidencies?
Ooh.
I think so, yes.
That sounds accurate. I think this is a big one. I think it's going to be either one that extremely pays off or one that will not only ruin his legacy, but the possible legacy of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as well. I mean, I think it would be extremely challenging if this somehow goes south to in any way redeem Trump's legacy, at least in this term. And again, like, he's definitely rolling with big dice, and maybe is privy to a lot more information than the three of us are about, strategy. But if there's one thing that I know, and I was talking to my brother today, I was having core memory flashbacks of when I was 19 and he was 17 and he deployed the first time, and he deployed many, many times to Iraq and Afghanistan. I am the Iraq-Afghanistan generation. We're millennials. I do not want to do this again. I do not want to have a forever war. I do not want to watch every loved one I know sacrifice human treasure and blood for something, for a forever war that I don't completely understand. That doesn't mean it can't be explained to me. And my understanding is the vice president will be on Fox News tonight, but I would like to see a full sit-down interview with President Trump and other members of the administration, like a real one, not just like, sitting in a scrum outside of the White House and answering a few reporters' questions and having this whole thing explained to me, because there's a lot of people that are very nervous and unsure about what the strategy is.
All right, that's Meghan McCain from Little Rio today. Let me read you two quotes from Donald Trump when he was running for president again. This is in November of 2024.
Yeah.
The first one is November 1st. Quote, "If Kamala wins, only death and destruction await, because she is the candidate of endless wars. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace." He said this 4 days later on the 5th of November, 2024. "I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars." Okay, so here's the fact. No president in modern history has ordered more military attacks against as many nations as Trump. He's attacked 7 nations, 3 of which had never been targeted by U.S. military strikes. Now, I wasn't a fan of Biden. I'm no fan of Trump. Trump authorized more individual airstrikes in 2025 than Biden did in 4 years.
Well, you need to remember something, and this is not the snark, because I can back it up. Whatever he tells you, he does the opposite. I'm the peace person. Well, that means get ready for war.
Maybe.
This is how he sells it. Now, I admit, I don't know how the MAGA crowd that thought they were not going to get wars, that thought that we weren't going to be involved in the Middle East, are they all war hawks now? And like, yeah, let's go to the Middle East. Like,
I don't think so.
Did they just change?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. When your core value, one of your core values is we don't want to start other wars, and you're going to vote for Trump because he doesn't want to start other wars. And then you vote for him, and then he starts all these wars.
And if you're okay with it, you have no core values. That's my argument. You don't have any values or beliefs. You just go with whatever dear leader says.
I don't think that. I think that, of course, there's always going to be the portion of the MAGA base that goes with whatever dear leader says. But there are Republicans who are not happy about this. They're not.
Well, because they remember how this has gone previously. I think we need to separate two things, and we've been able to do it. Militarily, there is no question.
Oh, awesome.
There is no question as to what we can accomplish militarily.
I'm not crying over the supreme leader being killed.
No, and there's also pretty much no question as to how good we are at rebuilding countries after we bomb the bejesus out of them.
Awful.
Right? We're really bad at that part.
We're really bad.
So now what? And I think a lot of folks reasonably could say, well, now what?
Meghan McCain.
Yeah.
She talks about how big this sacrifice is going to be. Is this a 1 or 2 day war, 3 day war? I don't think so.
No.
Are we going to have boots on the ground?
They talked about
How do you
it.
take over a country if you don't put your boots on the ground?
Oh, well, you're certainly not going to do regime change from the air.
You can't.
No.
And on the ground, you really haven't done.
I was going to say, on top.
Here's Meghan.
If this is the door A that we go through, there's no future for Republican Party in this moment. Like the midterms are lost. I think 28 would be wildly challenging. I mean, Democrats can always screw everything up, but
Sure.
I think it would be wildly challenging to put this narrative forward. And then this is also giving Democrats a real in to be the party of peace and no war, which again, that you said that CNN poll at the beginning of this segment,
right.
It's extremely unpopular already. This just started. You have over 60-something% of the American public who don't want this. That's only going to get worse. And I also think there's a narrative out there that this is something that only boomers like I'm certainly seeing that all over my social media and commentators as well. They're like, this is something that like a very specific generation is comfortable with. They don't seem to understand younger generations. I mean, not even that much younger, just like people in their 50s, just non-boomers.
Right.
Like, we have been through this a lot. 20 years of my life was spent, and yours and everyone else's, dealing with the lies of the Iraq and Afghanistan war, and a lot was sacrificed. I don't want to get too personal, but like very good friends of ours who were lost limbs. We had a friend who took his own life when he returned from his deployment. The sacrifices are very, very real. And I don't know if people like Lindsey Graham are as connected to that as the rest of us are. I think they're, in Washington, D.C. and sort of looking at this as like a war game more so than reality. And I sure as hell hope this is a good move, and I hope it makes the world safer, but it's perfectly normal for all of us to sit here and have many questions and feel unsteady in the moment.
Meghan McCain, yeah, when the president doesn't explain to us, and this was my problem with him at the State of the Union, he really didn't spend any time on Iran. Very little.
He had the opportunity to lay out the concerns, the strategy, the plan.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, there was like 3 sentences about Iran.
Yeah.
Senator Ruben Gallego joined us earlier today. I think he's got a great perspective. You don't have to like him because he's a Democrat or you're against some of his policies, but the man went to war.
Yeah, he served. Okay. He served in Iraq as a Marine, as a combat Marine.
Here's what Ruben Gallego told us.
I wouldn't say that all the IEDs that hit us were Iranian, but from what we know now, looking back, we didn't know this when I was there in 2005. What we know now that there were some Iran proxy provided IEDs, and so my is there a little side of me that doesn't like the idea of vengeance? Of course, I'm still a red-blooded Marine. I still want to see my vengeance. And let's not, kid ourselves. The Iranian government, I should say, is a horrible government. Yeah. They're entirely repressive of their people. But I also don't want this country to go to war because I want revenge. I don't want to doom another generation of veterans to PTSD, to missing limbs, everything else like that, because I want my revenge. I would rather spend my time, enjoying peace and hoping that we can get pieces between our country. Now, if we ever have to go to war against Iran, because it is actually in our national interest, because we have to defend ourselves or defend something that's directly in our national interest, then I'm not against that.
Okay, so let's stop it there. That was Ruben Gallego. You can listen to the whole interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. Is there any evidence that there was an imminent threat from Iran to the United States? I haven't seen it. I haven't heard it.
No.
I've looked and looked.
Nobody believes they have the missile technology to fire a missile to the United States. Now, as we've seen, we have bases all around the Middle East. I mean, they certainly can threaten that, but not...
Bases have always been threatened and been under attack.
But not the homeland, no.
So the Pentagon acknowledged in a briefing on Sunday, Iran was not planning to strike the U.S. forces or bases in the Middle East. So I'll go back to my question. Is there evidence of an imminent attack from Iran on the United States, whether that be on our homeland or that's military bases? The Pentagon says no. Trump says yes. Hegseth says yes. One of them says it was regime change. The other says it wasn't regime change. Well, what is it?
Yeah. Not knowing who to believe is, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's telling the truth, if nothing else?
Here's what Marco Rubio said. And
Okay. This was just
you try and figure it out
in the last hour.
This is he says there was a threat. Okay. Well, all right, Marco Rubio. And can I be honest? I like Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else, RFK doing cocaine off of a toilet. At
least Rubio's never admitted to it. Yeah, but okay, fair enough.
So Rubio is a smart guy.
He's a reasonable human being.
Okay, here he is.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us.
Okay, let's stop it there.
Okay.
If Iran
was attacked.
Let's say Israel was going to attack Iran.
The only other country that would attack them.
Okay.
Or Saudi Arabia, but keep going.
So that means if let's say Israel attacks Iran, Iran's going to attack us?
Would strike back at us in some way, shape, or form.
And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
They should send out an email to everybody and just say, here's the script for why we went to war.
Proactively in a defensive way. We were proactively defensive.
None of it makes...
I'm not putting words in his mouth.
They're all on different pages.
Yeah. Well, and listen, this may not be the popular thing to say, but it is true. Iran knows that the United States is backing Israel. They're using American weapons, American supplies, American money to do it. So, I mean, yeah, they would strike back at Israel and they'd strike back at the United States because they know where this is coming from. We've already done it to them. We bombed them last June, remember?
Yeah, the 12-day war.
Yeah.
Where the president said we obliterated.
Totally obliterated.
Well, then we shouldn't be worried about anything.
Totally obliterated their nuclear...
but then we shouldn't be worried about them with their nuclear weapons. They didn't have them.
They're totally obliterated.
Listen, this could work. This could work out great. It could. This could be, It'll
be the first Middle Eastern war that does.
But we do not do regime change well.
In the Middle East especially.
We have never done regime change well.
Yeah. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Hey, shout out to everyone in Phoenix. Phoenix and the Phoenicians. There's your city shout out to Phoenix. What's going on outside of the Guthrie house down in Tucson? It's disgusting. We'll give you the latest on that. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The State Department is urging U.S. citizens to leave more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries due to safety risks. This after U.S. and Israeli attacks in Iran have led to a spreading conflict that's touched a number of different countries, from Cyprus, west of Israel, to states around and near the Persian Gulf. Countries from which Americans are being urged to leave include Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 51st Avenue. Looking towards surface streets, Chandler with a crash on Cooper Road and Pecos Road, and Glendale with a crash on 51st Avenue and Sweetwater Avenue. This report is brought to you by Sweet James. When an injury from a car, truck, or motorcycle accident changes your life, call the attorneys at Sweet James at 800-9000000, 800-9000000, and sweetjames.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks, Enrique. Bit of an update that came over the weekend, and you'd be excused if you missed it. A little bit of a statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Department down in Tucson. And I'll read it the way they put it out because I think the wording is strained.
Okay.
Pima County Sheriff's Department is refocusing resources to detectives specifically assigned to the Guthrie case. As leads are developed and resolved, quote, resource allocation may fluctuate. In other words, we're pulling detectives off of this case, right?
Yep.
We're reallocating resources in different areas. We need new leads, and then we'll look into it.
And the FBI is going to do the same thing. They're going to pull resources probably from this case. And, because with the war in Iran, there could be Iranian cells in the United States.
Could be, absolutely.
And I even was seeing this out in Tempe.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of the Tempe police are going to be on guard more than usual. I saw the Phoenix police say the same thing. There are some religious leaders that are around the valley that are worried because of the war in Iran. And so when you look at the Nancy Guthrie case, when it seemed like all hands on deck, it's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
It really isn't. And I didn't like what I saw over
New
the
priorities, if you will.
last few days there. Some ghoulish.
What'd you see?
I saw some really disgusting things. I saw a woman wearing I don't know, it's a crop top.
Okay.
Very small shorts, accompanied by a leather-clad cameraman. And she was taking pictures because whatever she does, whether it is, she's an influencer or what have you, she wants clicks, and she's dressed like that. It's inappropriate. She's dressed like that in front of a crime scene, in front of a place where an 84-year-old woman was taken, and she wanted to look amazingly sexy and great, and she had her strange cameraman there, and I'm like, wrong place, wrong time. It's disgusting.
And it's going to become... Okay, so here's what made me think of this.
It's like dancing on a grave.
Okay, agreed. It's not something I would do. In L.A. they have like the death tour. You can like get in the bus and they take you to where John Belushi died, and then you go where Marilyn Monroe. Look, the death tour. This is basically what this is.
Right.
If you're anywhere around here or you're into the true crime, well, you got to get over there. You got to get your picture taken in front of the Guthrie house.
No, you don't.
Again, not my speed.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. Hey, coming up next, we're going to put into perspective just how massive an operation this attack on Iran was over the weekend. Retired U.S. Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons. He joins us next right here. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
The conflict in Iran.
Even as American missiles rain down on Iran, and Iran vows to fight on, the president saying Iran wants to get back to the bargaining table. They want to talk, and I have agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them. Trump told The Atlantic they should have done it sooner. They should have given what was very practical and easy to do sooner. They waited too long.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on 92.3, the KTAR News app, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
We're getting closer and closer to having Southwest Blinds and Shutters come over to the house and install their beautiful blinds, shutters, and shades. It was just a few weeks ago that they did the final walkthrough of our house. They did the final measurements, and we are ready. This is we did a remodel, for a few months, and this was going to be the exclamation point on the home. Because when we looked at our current blind, shades, and shutters, they were terrible. They were gross. They were faded. They were broken. And so, what Southwest Blinds and Shutters does, think about it. The blocking of the harsh sunlight, the keeping your home cooler. They've got blackout treatments. Imagine putting that in your bedroom and and having it, pitch black even when the sun comes up. So I'm going to take pictures. I'm going to show you all this, but we have hired them, and we cannot wait. Go to one of their 3 showrooms, start there, and then make an appointment for them to come out to your house. Just go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com, and tell them Gato sent you.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy.
Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This isn't just any music and wine event at the Attitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. It's the Love is in the Air music and wine event, and it's happening Friday evening, March 6th. I'm Jamie West. Sip, savor, and soak in the sounds of the talented North Valley Chorale with their enchanting Love is in the Air concert. From heartfelt harmonies to soaring melodies, it'll be a night for raising a glass to love. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beattitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizona's.lifeline.com today.
Mike Broomhead.
I just wish we could tone it all down a little bit. I don't know that that's going to happen. I have seen anger like I've never seen before. It has crossed a line where I've had my life threatened. I have watched people threaten the life of the president. It has gotten to a pitch. Something has to bring the temperature down.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has a lot of questions about why the Trump administration pushed forward with attacks on Iran over the weekend. The Democrat tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he still doesn't see that there was an imminent threat.
The plan went from 1 day to 2 days. Now it's President saying 4 to 5 weeks or whatever it takes. But that takes actual time and money. We only have so many amount of rockets. We have so many amount of bombs, and we have realistic expectations for us to actually take care of security all over the world.
You can see the entire exclusive interview with Senator Gallego at the KTAR YouTube channel.
Teen suicide is the #1 cause of death for Arizona youth.
A bill passed by the Arizona House today would make it a felony to encourage someone to commit suicide. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
It's called Cade's Law. If you see something, say something. State Rep Pamela Carter explains. In 2022, the 16-year-old posted a video online saying he intended to take his own life and shared it with his peers. No one called 911, and he died by suicide the next day.
This bill makes it a Class 2 felony for anyone 18 or older to intentionally encourage or advise a minor to commit suicide when they know the minor intends to do it.
She explains current law punishes providing the physical means to carry out a suicide, but not words or online messages. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A trove of historical documents from the United States founding fathers have taken flight, bound for a fleet of mobile museums that'll be driving across the country as part of the country's 250th anniversary commemoration. The so-called Freedom Plane left Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport today, piloted by Timothy Sorrells.
It's a normal flight for us, ironically enough, so even though we're carrying such a special package back there, but still, we do everything the same way we do every single flight.
Time to check on your ride this afternoon. Home, I hope. Here is Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Avenue. Mesa with a crash, blocking the exit ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Mesa Drive. And Gilbert with a crash blocking the center lane. Loop 202 Santan Freeway, eastbound near Val Vista Drive. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After yet another record-breaking day, we hit 91 today. We should see clear skies overnight, low temp 64. Tomorrow and Wednesday will be in the mid-80s, and keeping our fingers crossed for the upper 70s by Thursday. Right now it is 91 still in Tolleson. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio lays out the administration's plans in Iran. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen online, on air, or on the app.
Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got the 5 o'clock Faceoff. We're going to be bringing a panel in here, experts, people with different and varying views, and having conversation about
special edition
of it, the Monday version of it, dealing with what we're seeing in Iran. We also wanted to talk to he's our expert in this.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the military, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Joining us right now, Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army Major and military analyst. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. I can't imagine the demand that you're in today over what we saw this weekend.
Yeah, Mike, put it to perspective how big this operation was, because I think you can put that out for everybody to hear, and I think we're all going to be just absolutely flabbergasted by how big this is.
Yeah, I mean, historic from the couple different perspectives. First, the fact that it happened at all. No one expected it to happen this Saturday. They obviously had good intel, knew all these Iranian leaders would be in one place. Normally, the conditions weren't great for a military attack, so that's why I didn't expect it to happen. But Israel decides to move forward, and with the decapitation strike, it takes out about 40 of the Iranian leaders, and then the rest of it was the United States in behind that, with multiple target engagements at nuclear facilities and IRGC targets and the like. So it's very big. That's the beginning. I think that at the end of a forever war that's taking place with Iran against the United States. I've said before, this is the greatest foreign policy failure of our country since the end of World War II. It's been going on for 47 years. And so this president now, from a military perspective, is going to pound away on military targets inside Iran and make sure that they have no military capability going forward.
Mike, you obviously know well enough about how entanglements in the Middle East have turned out for the United States in the past. Why will this one be different?
Well, it's different because it's only in the air so far. And historically, it's very difficult to get regime change just from that alone. It's never been done. But the fact that the military will be used very specifically to attack military targets and to likely encourage that. Now, the president came out and said that initially in that initial video he put out Saturday. But I thought this morning, Secretary Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, Secretary Rubio, kind of did a little cleanup on that and made the military mission much more clearer as to what they're going to do here. But what we have here now is an air war, and it's something that likely would have existed anyway between Israel and Iran, because two armies weren't going to invade each other with all the space that we're going in between those two. And so it'll force Iran to do something different and fight an air war of attrition. We've never seen that happen before as well. So I think this is a unique situation. We're down a place no one really knows where it'll go. But Iran's not going to just give up easily. It doesn't look like right now. And I think they're going to try some different strategies.
Mike Lyons is joining us, retired U.S. Army major and military analyst. I still don't know why we went in. Was it nukes? Was it regime change? They're saying that there was evidence of an imminent threat. What was the imminent threat?
I think it was military capability that they had with regard to their ballistic missile program. Obama should have tied ballistic missiles to their nuclear program from the beginning anyway. And a lot of it has to do with what the secretary explained today, and that was Iran was going to use their ballistic missile program as a shield and to protect them from anybody attacking their nuclear weapons and capability. And so the imminent threat, it could have been against Israel. It could have been against other U.S. Bases that were there. But at this point, given how weak that Iran is, I think that's really the reason. I think the reason was, if it's going to happen anytime, it's going to happen now. And so given where they were and given the U.S. posture, I mean, look, we don't move two carrier groups to a location and just have them sit there and do nothing. So something was going to happen at this point, and it was used for first leverage, and the leverage didn't work. I mean, we offered the Iranians a lifetime supply of nuclear fuel, and they turned that down. So there was no way they were giving up their nuclear program. That was the thing that we insisted on. And once they decided they weren't going to do that, then war is an extension of foreign policy, and this is what our foreign policy is.
How do we know, though, that there's a plan to get out of there? How do we know that, because the administration hasn't told us, how do we know that they don't, how do we know that they actually have a plan in place other than the brilliancy of what they did over the weekend? I mean, you get everybody in a room, you get that intelligence, and then you take everybody out. I mean, that's one thing, but who's going to succeed? The supreme leader.
Yeah. Somebody will.
How are we going to end this? Because I don't fully trust that they've got a plan in place to end it. I think they had a plan in place to start it. Great, A+. How do you end it?
Well, yeah, I mean, they'll just stop attacking. I mean, we ended the first Gulf War that way, and on some level, I mean, at some point, if we pound away and don't have any more military targets, that's how it will end. At least we'll stop attacking. Let's say we'll stop sending ordnance in that direction. But we don't know what is actually going on there. We know that Israel has infiltrated their environment very much, and we don't know if there's a Delcy Rodriguez or somebody that is it's not been killed yet that could possibly take over the country. So I couldn't answer that question, and it's okay. I personally I think it's okay not to have a plan for right now.
Really?
Because we don't have troops on the ground. We're not going to worry about feeding and watering them. They're not going to be worried about getting attacked. This is not Iraq of 2005 or 2006. And so this is one of the upsides of trying to do this from the air. But that's what I think we do. We just stop.
Again, Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army major and a military analyst. You see him all over TV as well. We're lucky to have you with us, Mike. Does it concern you at all that Trump did not rule out boots on the ground? Is that a concern? I mean, I was half expecting him to hear him say, nope, no troops. But he said, if we have to.
Well, there might not be large formations of troops, and that means, tanks and armored personnel carriers and the 1st Armored Division. But that might not mean that we don't send JSOC or special operators or individuals that'll go and help out the situation there. Depending on, again, 90 million people in that country, all scattered around, it's likely there are some Americans that are there helping out in some way, helping out Israel. We know the CIA was involved with that as well. So to say there will be no troops on the ground is likely not a good projection, but there won't be large troop formations.
Okay. Mike, what about proxies carrying out terrorism on U.S. soil? How much do we have to worry about that?
Yeah, I was more worried about proxies activated in the region. I can tell you this: I talked to FBI agents and just talked to a few over the weekend. In fact, and was in Austin, Texas, and they tell me, they continue to say that because of what happened after 9/11 and because of how intel is shared these days in our country, we have really less to worry about that. You know, cops really want to always be the hero. They want to do a good job, and they're always looking out for things. And so things are tight and things are well together. Now, again, you could get the lone wolf that looks like took place in Austin of all places. But again, a coordinated effort or attack, that kind of, because of the kind of surveillance, the kind of way we share intel, and the kind of technology that we use, that's just an unlikely situation.
Mike, as someone who's served, I want to just get your take on, I hate seeing it, the friendly fire incident, the Kuwaiti defense shooting down 3 American F-15 Strike Eagles. Thankfully, all 6 airmen ejected the aircraft. We hear that they're in good condition. There's a video of one of them standing on the ground with a bunch of people with their cell phones out taking pictures of the guy. Yeah. But it's disappointing to see this early on.
Yeah, friendly fire is difficult, especially when they're trying to tie in an air defense platform's theater missile defense system right now. That's somewhat tenuous, as Iran has that capability to fire after them. Maybe it was an itchy trigger finger on an operator, because I just don't see Iranian jets flying around. That whoever pulled the trigger and decided to go after those targets had to realize that we're probably friendlies, only because the Iranian Air Force is not flying right now. So again, this is what happens when you have an inexperienced country that's tying in. But let me get back to that issue about how Iran thinks it could win. And it has to do with this war of attrition it's going to fight. So a war of attrition that sits on the ground is one thing. You know, you've got it taking place in Ukraine and Russia right now. But I think Iran tries to win a war of attrition by just doing what they're doing, attacking all different areas within the theater, trying to get the United States to expend its interceptors and expend its canisters and run out of ammo. And I think that's where, from our side, we have to go after those missile launchers.
Mike, really appreciate it. Thanks again for your expertise and your insight.
Great, guys. Thanks for having me.
That's Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army major and military analyst. Don't forget, coming up at 5, we're going to have even more conversations about this with our face-off.
Not completely opposed to having the off-ramp figured out. I thought that was interesting. If we don't have the off-ramp to get out of this thing figured out, Mike Lyons isn't super nervous where I am.
Yeah.
And he's smarter than most people about all this stuff. I would just think you would want everything in place, or every scenario. How do we get out?
Well,
what's the exit plan? Because that's all we heard for 20 years in Afghanistan.
Here's how I make
Iraq.
that argument. If you don't know what winning looks like, how do you know when you've won?
Well, he said no.
You know, but like, define the win.
But how do you end the war in Iran?
Yeah.
You stop bombing them. Okay, but then what happens?
Goes back to being Iran.
Well, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But, I don't know.
Like Afghanistan. Went right back to being Afghanistan, right?
No, we can't have that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then up next, guess which one of us was holding a baby all weekend? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Have you had your home's water tested? Okay. The water your family drinks, the water that your family uses in the shower every single day. Have you ever had that tested? Because Aquazona Connecticut will come to your house and test it for free. Now, 20 years ago, when I purchased my Connecticut, the first thing they did was come to my house and test my water. And they showed it to me. And they told me what was in it, and not good, contaminants, chlorine. They said, your water is barely drinkable. I don't want barely drinkable water. I don't want to shower with water that is harmful to my skin or my body, and I certainly don't want to drink it. So you can improve your water today by getting a free water analysis from Aquazona Connecticut. Just mention Gatos, 602-910-6570. Let them show you what's in your water. 602-910-6570. Aquazona, better water, better life. Aquazona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hello, Amy Batten here, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. As interest rates continue to improve, more buyers are stepping back into the market and opportunities are moving fast. The difference between winning and missing out often comes down to your team. The right real estate team doesn't just open doors, they position you to win. Negotiation, preparation, and local expertise can save you thousands. Thinking about buying in Arizona? Work with a team that truly cares with proven results. Batten Home Group, powered by Waterstone Mortgage and West USA Realty, for all of your real estate and lending needs.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has been talking with Surprise Mayor Kevin Sarter on how exactly a Department of Homeland Security detention center is opening in the city and what can be done. Kelly to Scripps News Group last week.
I've had nobody, as far as I know, reach out to our office about, why this is a good idea to put this facility in this place.
The senator says the lack of information is not encouraging as additional DHS funding remains in congressional limbo. A prison in Marana has also received an ICE bid last week to become a 500-bed detention center. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's turn our attention now to the road home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Mesa with a crash blocking the exit ramp, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound at Mesa Drive, and Gilbert with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound at Val Vista Drive. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you look fine on the outside but feel drained on the inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout. Support is here. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people People choose Gleason.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Yep, now 2 to 6. 2 to 6. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got a special edition of the Faceoff. With everything that's happened in Iran, we've decided, yes, I know, every Wednesday at 5 o'clock we do the Faceoff.
Sure.
We'll do it today, Monday, for a full hour from 5 till 6. Everything you need to know about the war in Iran.
The green room is filling up.
It is.
We have our experts on tap for that. One of us spent the entire weekend holding a baby.
That was me.
Wasn't me.
That was me.
Yeah.
My kid had a kid.
Your kid had a kid.
So it was awesome, man. I am telling you right
It's
now.
it's the first one. In the,
right.
Okay, yeah.
So our daughter and her husband, we met them at the hospital Wednesday at 8 p.m.
Okay. You weren't here Thursday or Friday.
I was not.
Because we went from baby watch to babies coming. Yeah, okay.
And so they wanted to induce her.
Ooh.
Okay. And, the rumor was that I had a softball game on Friday.
Yes.
But I don't want to put that in this story because it's mostly not true.
Mostly
not true.
75% not true.
Kind of true, but mostly not true. So we go to the hospital Wednesday at 8. She's ready to go. And my wife says, listen, I'm staying here all night. And I said, okay, I'm going to go home for a little bit because I've got our daughter's dog, Butters. Butters can't be left alone.
No. Butters has some serious issues.
I mean, so I went home for a good 5 or 6 hours with Butters.
Okay.
And then I went back to the hospital. Now it's Thursday around 6 a.m.
All right.
And, when you're at the hospital, at least this hospital, you kept hearing...
Like over the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, what is that? And my wife goes, it's been going on all night. When you hear that, a baby's born.
A baby's born. Every time you hear the chimes.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, that's great.
That's awesome.
Terrific. You hear the little lullaby, you know a kid is born.
Great.
So our daughter, the one thing she wanted was the epidural.
Ooh.
And so she went through labor overnight and was pretty comfortable, almost to the point where we're exchanging texts, and it's kind of funny. How are you feeling? I don't feel anything. Okay, cool.
I feel great.
But it seemed that there was a period where we just kept hearing this, right? And we're like, is that the baby? Is that the baby?
Yeah, you're hearing other people have babies.
Right. And then so we text her, and we say, hey, did you just give birth?
Was that you?
And she goes, no. So like, okay.
Was that you? No.
But in the 4 o'clock hour, after we didn't hear from her for a little while,
okay,
it went off over the loudspeaker.
All right.
And I said, that's got to be our baby. And it turned out that was our baby.
It was your baby.
She was a warrior through the whole thing. We got to meet the little one around 8 o'clock.
I saw
on
pictures.
Thursday. Yeah.
You were an amazing smile ear to ear.
Oh, Becky Lynn, she's perfect.
Of course she is. And she'll become more perfect every single day. When they're brand new, they all kind of look similar.
Yeah.
Give it about 3 days, and it's like, oh, there she is.
She's going to be spoiled rotten.
I was holding her, and I felt a little bit of movement from the backside.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
And I was like, that's going to happen from time to time.
Yes, it will. Better learn how to do that.
That's right.
5 o'clock face-off is coming up next. A special edition, U.S. at war with Iran. Join us and our panel next up. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Almost 20 years ago, I figured out I needed reading glasses, and over time, my eyesight has gotten worse, where I can't read my phone, couldn't read a screen, couldn't read a piece of paper without reading glasses. I had them in every room in my house. And then I went to K2 Vision, and I sat down with Dr. Kopstein, and I had the exam. Found out I was a candidate for RLE, which is refractive lens exchange. I scheduled the procedure, and a few weeks ago, I had the procedure done. I woke up on Sunday morning and I could read without readers. It's the first time in almost 20 years. It is truly the best medical decision I've made in 20 years. Do yourself a favor. Schedule a consultation, schedule an exam. You are going to be thrilled with the results. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, and never developing a cataract. That is what is so great about this. It truly is life-changing. Go to K2VisionRLE.com. Make an appointment and get it done. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagas with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, #1. And that's reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
8 o'clock, the Farm Fresh Hour, talking food supply chain with Arizona Farm Bureau.
At 9 o'clock, we'll have Water Treatment Technologies talking about what it takes to really clean and treat your water.
All month long, we will be talking about home ownership. Are you ready to buy?
The #1 contractor referral directory in Arizona, Rosie on the House.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Senior leaders in Congress, members of the so-called Gang of Eight, were briefed late today on the joint U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
Emerging from a closed-door briefing with top administration officials, House Speaker Mike Johnson pointed to a new rationale offered by Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
If we knew for a fact that Israel was going to move, Iran was going to respond, and Iran was going to strike not just Israel, but the U.S.
Johnson says that means the U.S. strike was defensive. But Mark Warner, the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, disagrees.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
We will easily prevail.
And that's President Trump addressing the nation following an onslaught of military strikes in Iran. He says the attacks will not only put an end to its nuclear ambitions, but they'll cripple Iran's ability to fund non-Iranian terrorists.
For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb.
Trump says this all comes after peace talks continue to fall through with Iranian leadership.
It is the role of Congress to make a declaration of war.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says the president cannot declare wars on his own. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
That as the U.S.'s war with Iran escalates and will last for at least weeks, if not longer, according to President Trump himself today. But Arizona Democrat Greg Stanton also saying the president should have gone through Congress, adding he wants to know what the end goal is in the Middle East.
And we'll be debating that in the United States Congress this week. I look forward to having that thorough debate and hopefully getting a much better explanation as to the United States' objectives in Iran in that briefing.
Stanton referring to another briefing Congress will receive tomorrow on the war. He also says this week there will be a vote on a measure limiting the president's ability to enter military conflicts. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Pentagon now says a total of 6 U.S. service members have died since the U.S. began launching attacks on Iran over the weekend. We're also told at least 18 additional personnel have been seriously injured. That as the State Department is urging Americans in more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries, including Bahrain, Egypt, Israel, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to get out. Many of those have been targets of Iranian attacks over the last few days. The Department of Homeland Security is warning of potential lone wolf attacks amid the violence in Iran. ABC News contributor and former FBI special agent in charge, Rich Frankel, tells Arizona's Morning News it's a tough task for federal agents to stop bad actors working alone, and they often need the public's help to do that.
Somebody will identify, one of their friends, one of their relatives who is acting off, who has changed what they're doing, has become more radicalized, or has said something or bought things that indicate that they could be going down that path.
This comes as investigators are looking into whether Iran was behind a shooting that killed 2 people in a Texas bar. If you're looking for a career that ditches the desk and focuses on serving the community, you might want to check out the 2nd annual Phoenix Police and Fire Career Experience. Phoenix Fire Captain Richie Robnett tells the Callbox podcast on KTAR.com that everyone's welcome to attend and there will be interactive demonstrations and recruiting for most departments and positions. The event will be held at the Phoenix Fire Academy March 7th. Time to check on the roads now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 19th Avenue. Phoenix again, crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Avenue. Mesa, crash blocking the exit ramp. US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Mesa Drive. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through the 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. More info at mchomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, a low of 64. We hit 91 today at Sky Harbor, another record-breaking day. Tomorrow's high, mid-80s, same on Wednesday. Right now, it's still 90 in Chandler. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Faceoff.
All right, a special Monday edition of the Face-Off on KTAR, usually Wednesdays, but we are at war with Iran. So we've got a panel, we've got an hour, and we're going to talk about anything and everything when it comes to the United States at war with Iran. All right, we've got Matt Salmon, the former Arizona U.S. Congressman, the Republican. Matt, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too.
Mick McGuire, Major General, retired U.S. Air Force, ran for Senate. Mick, good to see you too.
Thanks for having me.
And we got Stacey Pearson, co-founder Lumen Strategies, Democratic strategist. Great to have you here too.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to know why we went to war with Iran. I really do, because I can't figure. Because if you ask the administration, you get 20 different answers.
It depends on who you ask.
Is it nukes? Is it regime change? Or is there an imminent threat to the United States? Because the Pentagon offered no evidence to support claim it attacked Iran in defense. So let's start with Mick McGuire. Why did we do this?
The only press conference I've watched about this was the 45-minute press conference this morning with a colleague of mine, General Dan Kane and Secretary Hegseth. My experience from 40 years in the military is that we have long been concerned about a nuclear threat in Iran.
Yeah.
I mean, prior to even Trump's first administration, we were talking about Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia as not necessarily peer threats, but threats that we felt had nuclear ambitions, and that of the four, Iran was the most likely to use that type of weapon. So everything that I heard this morning in that press conference was about taking air and sea power, cyber and space power from the United States military to prevent Iran from exporting any kind of kinetic force on not only their neighbors, but into Europe or potentially the U.S.
So the 12-day war, I thought, was about bombing the nuclear facilities, and Trump said they were obliterated. So if they don't have nukes, why did we go in there? Stacey?
Oh, this the messaging of this is
a disaster.
Baffling. Disaster is the nicest thing you could say, right? It's baffling. Either it was obliterated or it wasn't. The
Right.
12-day war worked or it didn't. It's a regime change or it's not. I mean, every minute there's a new answer to the questions that you're asking, and we aren't that far out from the last time we hunted for weapons of mass destruction, and that's terrifying to me as a Gen Xer.
Well, can I just throw out that to make a joke of it, Iran has been 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon now for about 30-something years. I mean, literally,
That
we've
is
been
accurate.
told this.
No, when I was in Congress, and I left in 2017, we were told that they were within months of having nuclear warhead capabilities. So, and almost every president, from Bill Clinton on down, has had some real concerns about Iran getting a nuclear weapon. And so, I mean, many of the past presidents, if they would have seen an opportunity with Iran as weak as it is right now, I think that really
Played into it?
I think it really played into it, is that, the people themselves were starting to stand up and protest and be opposed to the government over there. And I think our military probably advised Trump. I know Saudi Arabia and Israel have been pushing Trump.
Anytime you guys want to do this, we're ready.
They hate Iran.
Hate them.
And the truth be known, almost all of the leaders over in the Middle East are scared to death of Iran because they have no compunction about using a nuclear warhead if they develop it. And so this is not something that, just came out of nowhere. I mean, every administration that I can think of, if the opportunities were right, would have gone after Iran like this.
Okay, you're listening to the Face-Off, a special edition Monday, war with Iran. The Washington Post reported this on Saturday. They cited 4 sources familiar with the matter, that Trump's decision to conduct a series of strikes against Iran's ballistic and nuclear missile facilities came at the behest of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Who had been lobbying for strikes for weeks. So did we go to war because Saudi Arabia asked us to? Are we in the mercenary business? Why would we do... I mean, I understand that there's dirty work to be done over there, but this is massive. And so if Saudi Arabia and Israel is begging us to do this, we can say no, right?
But
So
this
why
is a Sunni versus Shia. It's been going on now for 1,000 some odd years.
Mick, why did we do that? Why, do you think it was on the behest of Saudi Arabia, and Trump is very close with Saudi Arabia? He makes a ton of money off Saudi Arabia, and he goes, okay, we'll go ahead and bomb.
Well, I'm certain that for at least the last 45 days, based on the press conference, there's been preparations for this strike going on.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about communication between Saudi Arabia through diplomatic channels, but I do know I was in D.C. last week militarily.
Mm-hmm.
We've been organizing this for at least the last 45 days, which takes you back to right around the New Year. What I would say about it is, you know, I've had people ask me about how does this compare to other strikes and you know, the idea of ground troops and all these things. And the truth is 45 days is not a lot of time to do much other than move air and sea forces. You're not going to move any ground formations in that amount of time. If you remember the Gulf War, I got there 2 weeks after, flew in the first day of the Gulf War, and we sat for 6.5 months before we moved in. So we only are going to commit troops, regardless of what anybody asks, when we're ready on our terms with the level of superiority we have.
Well, Nick, don't you think it's possible, though, and probably likely that we do have some special ops over there?
Like on the ground already?
Oh, right. There are always humans on the ground in these theaters, but there's no organized formations of military forces and, you know, any counterintelligence forces that have been there. Some of them have been for the last 47 years since 1979.
What are the parallels between this war and Iraq? I mean, George Bush went to the UN. We saw what Colin Powell said.
Well, we had there was a coalition of the willing. Is that the proper terminology?
Nobody talked to Congress. We'll get to that in a bit. But are we worried that, you know, with regime change, we're not successful? We don't do it well. And if we're doing it here,
that's why he's not talking about regime change anymore, because I think
he did originally.
That's been he did originally, but I think he's probably been told by his staff, don't talk about regime change because of exactly what you just said.
Yeah,
that regime change has not been successful on our part ever.
I mean, go ahead, Stacey.
But we also were talking about when we withdrew support from Ukraine that we needed supplies for things. What if we needed supplies? We need some supplies. We need supplies in our linen closet for, I don't know, maybe some other issues we may have. I mean, I think 45 days, like I defer to the general on that, but I think this has been in the works for far longer than 45 days.
I think you're probably right, Stacey. I think it, and I don't think Mick was saying that it's just
no.
I think he's saying
it's been going on for 47 years.
Yes,
but the actual movement of ships.
It was going on when
aircraft.
I was in Congress. Our military's always been making contingency plans.
But it's fair to ask.
But Venezuela has the oil. Like, I mean, there are lots of pieces moving on the chessboard right now that are certainly more connected than I think the current administration would like us to know.
But it's fair to ask the now what question. And
it is.
It's fair to ask, well, what comes of this?
We have to ask
it's
this.
not like there won't be another Ayatollah. There will.
Well, he might be worse than the last guy.
Who knows?
I mean, who knows? And we've had a bad penchant for picking the wrong team sometimes. And so yeah, I think that the American people and the Congress are going to ask what's next. And I think if Trump really look, it's not going to be in and out. I guarantee you that. There's no way.
5 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. We're way ahead of schedule.
There is no way, Stacey, that this is going to be over.
I think Trump said that right at 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah. 4 or 5 weeks.
He also said maybe.
But he also said that we
some boots on the
obliterated
ground.
their nuclear capabilities a couple of months ago. And the fact is, you know, like Stacey said, the communications on this have not been great. And that's the understatement of the world. And when Trump, God bless him, you know, came out and said, you know, we obliterated, I'm sure the military staff that advises him were doing, you know.
The mission accomplished banner comes out to mind.
Putting
right?
their head in their hands. But the fact is, Congress has to ask those questions. And if Trump really wants the support of the American people, he's going to have to do like Bush did and take it to Congress.
Mick, was this a good idea over the weekend? Are you for this? Do you think that this was a smart move?
I think that the military side of this was a smart move. What happens politically, it's like when I was on your show the day after the Venezuela thing. And You guys said, hey, we're in for regime change. I said, look, we got in and out of there with no losses.
Right.
Now, I can tell you yesterday, the 3 F-15s that were shot down were all shot down by our own Patriot missiles that we've provided to Kuwait. I can tell you as a guy that's flown in that theater and been shot at and seen the guy next to me shot down, the thing I fear the most is our Aegis cruisers and our guys on the ground that do the THAAD batteries. Nothing
just
that
the
other
fog
side
of war
has.
type
Exactly,
thing?
exactly. What I will tell you now is that militarily, I think the American people, if I compare this, I don't feel like this is a 2003 kind of moment. I feel a lot like this is 91. I really do believe that they're in and out and there is no intent or appetite on the behalf of the American public. I don't know what the president's thinking relative to what he wants next.
This is Iran.
We are going to totally cripple their ability to have any offensive capability. And we have untied the hands of the military. China, Russia, and the rest should take note that there's been no cyber attack. Nothing's happened here. That we have superior forces, and I'm glad we're allowing them to use that.
Welcome to the Face-Off. Matt Salmon, Mick McGuire, Stacey Pearson. Up next, would the signing of a War Powers Act be just symbolic after the launch of Operation Fury over the weekend? We'll talk about Congress's role in this. It's going to be coming right to you, Salmon, the former congressman, to explain it. On the way, we're outspoken on KTAR.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The war in the Middle East spiraled further as Israel and the U.S. pounded Iran. U.S. President Trump said the campaign would likely take several weeks. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the hardest hits are yet to come. Tehran and its allies hit back today against Israel, neighboring Gulf states, and targets critical to the world's energy production. The intensity of the attacks, the killing of Iran's supreme leader, and the lack of any apparent exit plan indicated the conflict would not end anytime soon. Israel launched retaliatory attacks in Lebanon after Hezbollah fired missiles at it, and an Israeli military official did not rule out another ground invasion. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tollison with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 107th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 19th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Sip and savor, soak in the sounds that our love is in the air, music, and wine event on Friday, March 6th at 6:30 p.m. Learn more and RSVP at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
We have former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. We also have retired Major General Mick McGuire and Stacey Pearson, the co-founder of Lumen Strategies, with us inside the Face-Off. I'm going to come to you first, former Congressman Salmon. The War Powers Act being bandied about, people are saying it. Trump should have Congress going to try to reel him in some way, shape, or form? We had Senator Gallego on earlier today. He's talking about this, bringing up a resolution. Help me understand it better.
Look, I know that Senator Gallego wasn't in Congress in 2011 when Obama bombed Libya and didn't consult Congress before he bombed Libya. And I'm not making the point that two wrongs make a right. I believe that under the War Powers Act, it basically gives the president about 60 days to make his case. And if the conflict goes on beyond 60 days, then he has a responsibility to go to Congress and try to get an up or down vote. Look, since World War II, how many wars have been declared by Congress? One.
Right.
One.
They've avoided.
That's right.
Vietnam wasn't a war.
Korea, Vietnam. Yeah. I mean, I could
nothing in the Middle
Kosovo,
East. Yeah.
I could go on and on and on. And the fact is, presidents have been doing this for 100 years.
Is that Congress abdicating its responsibility?
Yes.
Because they just don't want to be on the record.
No, they don't want to be on the record because it's a difficult political decision to send our young men and women into harm's way like that.
Yeah.
And so Congress does what it does best, and that is punt and let the president do it. But it's not just on that. It's like on the tariff thing. The Congress has been abdicating its responsibility on just about everything and giving the president more and more and more power and authority and then bitching about it afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shame on them. And I've been consistent. I said, Obama should have gone to Congress. I think Trump needs to go to Congress after the 60-day threshold.
Okay.
He needs to go to Congress because the American people need to be engaged on this. We live in a republic, which means we have a representative form of government, and those representatives should be taking the pulse of their constituents, and the American people need to be on board with this.
I was telling Bruce, State of the Union, Trump spent very little time on Iran. I wanted him to spend at least a little bit of time. So, we're all here. We're Americans. I don't know why we went in. I don't know why we did it. I guess we can all guess. But even in Libya, when we went into Libya and Obama, if I remember correctly, didn't he at least explain a little bit of it to the American people? I feel like Trump isn't explaining any of this stuff to us. Stacey.
No, that's exactly the issue. And 20 years went by in a blink. I mean, we have Afghanistan and Iraq, and we have folks as members of our community who are still struggling to get services who served in those conflicts and still can't get the VA benefits they're due.
And it's still suffering from the effects also.
100%. I mean, I was a low-income kid. I have a disproportionate number of people in my family that served in the military and are now law enforcement. Those guys need help, and they still need help. And that is not something that this administration has ever really committed to address.
Nick, how do you see this going? Congress, are they going to try and block Trump from continuing this? They're going to have a vote?
Yeah, I agree with Matt that I would always like to see Congress involved. My biggest fear, and I mentioned this about the Venezuela thing, is that every member, every U.S. senator, and every congressman has access to classified material, the briefings, and the rest. And in 1991, I am certain that in a bipartisan way, we could trust those guys to keep their mouths shut. And now we can't. We cannot. I mean, the truth is we have so politicized everything in this country that you have people celebrating on one side, the death of Khomeini, and the other side saying this is a terrible day for America. This is a guy that literally was hanging. When I was in 2015, we had an intel brief that the reason the Iranian mullahs had slowed down executions is they ran out of cranes to hang citizens from.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so this is not like a good guy.
People.
A good guy.
100%.
So the fact that it's become so polarized is the reason that Congress cannot be trusted. I think every member needs to not let their partisan, DR leanings about border security or entitlement reform get in the way of doing what's in the best interest of the American servicemen and women.
Mick, I served on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we always had a saying, and that is partisanship ends at the water's edge. And he's 100% right on that. I mean, too many people can't wait to jump out in front of the press and share confidential information.
Right. Run out onto the steps of
pictures from an
but you know
oversight
what?
committee hearing.
They should bring it. If somebody does that, they should prosecute them criminally for something like that, because they're putting American lives at stake.
That's a great point. This is the Face-Off, a special Monday version of it. Again, that was Matt Salmon, Mick McGuire, Stacey Pearson. Coming up next, kind of along these lines, will this war lead Americans to rally around Trump? We'll have that conversation inside the Face-Off. Next up, right here on KTAR.
The conflict in Iran.
There are so many ways to hit these bases. These are missiles, and missile defense can fail. And it's especially the case when you're talking about drones, because Iran is also launching armed drones. Our missile defense is for missiles, is for rockets. It's much, much harder to shoot down drones.
Stay with KTAR News for more on this breaking news story on 92.3, the KTAR News app, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, so if you've been injured in an accident, you need to call a law firm that insurance companies take seriously, and that's why so many Arizonans turn to Sweet James. So let's go over the track record for Sweet James. All right, for more than 25 years, Sweet James has fought for injured accident victims. They fight to win. Their experience, incredible. Over 500 trials. They got a 98% winning record. 98% winning record. That is their reputation. When they go in for you and they stand up for you and they fight for you and they make sure that your voice is heard, they win. Every detail matters. Every case is taken seriously, and all you have to do is call my friends at Sweet James. If you happen to be injured in an accident, my goodness, get the best. Sweet James, winning for you. 1-800-9-MILLION, 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 or sweetjames.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Will is tired of painting year after year. So he called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. You know, we looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
Other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News now.
It is 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The U.S. State Department is urging American citizens to leave more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries now. That warning includes Bahrain, Egypt, Israel, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Many of those have been the target of Iranian attacks in recent days. Meanwhile, the Pentagon now says a total of 6 U.S. service members have died since attacks were launched on Iran over the weekend. Another 18 have been seriously hurt.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego still has a lot of questions about the decision to launch attacks on Iran.
You shouldn't be sending our men and women unless it is an actual threat to our homeland and to our national security. For example, Afghanistan was a reason we should have gone to Afghanistan. That is where the 9/11 attackers were trained. They were harboring al-Qaeda.
The Democrat tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he is not convinced the U.S. was under an imminent threat from Iran. You can see our exclusive conversation, the whole thing with Senator Gallego, by going to KTAR's YouTube channel. The Arizona House passed a measure today that makes it a felony to pressure someone to take their own life. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to explain.
State Rep Pamela Carter says Cade's law allows any adult who encourages a minor to take their own life to be charged with manslaughter.
Right now, our laws punish providing physical means, but not words or online messages that push a vulnerable teen over the edge.
It's named after 16-year-old Cade Keller, who posted a video online in 2022 saying he was going to commit suicide and sent it to his peers. No one called 911, and he was found dead from suicide the next morning. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Let's get a look at the road home this afternoon now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Scottsdale Road. Tolleson with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 107th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 19th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Struggling with depression that hasn't improved? Ask about safe, medically supervised ketamine treatment. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After a record-breaking day hitting 91 at Sky Harbor Airport, we should be clear overnight with a low of 64, and then in the mid-80s for Tuesday and Wednesday. But it is still 90 in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Faceoff.
All right, second half of a special edition of the Face-Off. Usually Wednesdays at 5. Obviously today, Monday, with what we saw over the weekend. War in Iran. We've got a panel we've been discussing, and we've got the second part of the Face-Off. Matt Salmon, former Arizona U.S. Congressman, is with us. Mick McGuire, Major General retired U.S. Air Force. Stacey Pearson, a Democratic strategist. Let's go over to the politics of this. Are we going to rally around the president? Because when there is war, we were talking about 1991. Remember how popular George Herbert?
92% approval rating.
Right.
Yep. Wow.
Bush after 9/11. We saw how popular he was. Trump. If you look at some of the poll numbers just after the first 3 days, Reuters. Only 27% of adults approve of the U.S. campaign in Iran. CNN, 60% of Americans disapprove. Is this going to become something?
I've got a Washington Post, 52-39 oppose.
Is this going to be something where we rally around our president? Let's start with Stacey.
It's going to depend entirely on the economics, right? Folks, when flags start to fly half-mast in rural Missouri, where one of the service members came from,
right,
things start to get real fast. And so it's going to be this personal connection to the folks that are serving, that are doing the hard work on the ground.
Is part of that problem, Stacey, that what is it, less than 1% of the population serves, like, or even has a family member? Like, so few people actually serve in the military anymore.
They're disproportionately poor. I mean, they're kids that are working class families. I mean, those are the kids that are enlisting. It took me until I was in my 20s to realize that not all high schools had recruiters in classrooms.
Okay.
I mean, it really, like, you start to realize how this goes. The other issue is the economics. If gas prices spike, if we're starting to have trouble with infrastructure, shipping, logistics, and costs go up, folks are going to blame the war. They're going to blame the president, and it is going to be a political issue. And unfortunately, our military, the folks that are being told what to do and when to do it, are caught in the middle.
Matt Salmon, for me, I just don't want to go through this. I don't want to. I saw 20 years of Afghanistan, and we all know what happened in Iraq. It's tough for the American people to swallow that pill after all those years. And Trump said, "I'm not going to start any wars."
And
well, that's not the case.
And a large part of MAGA,
they don't want it either.
Well, it all started really with Rand Paul's dad.
Right.
And remember, he was the one that wanted to end,
end foreign wars.
Yeah, end foreign wars. We're not going to be the global police anymore, and not yada, yada, yada. Trump picked up on that. And it actually enhanced his base pretty significantly. A lot of more moderate Democrats,
people were sick of war, and he was talking about
they were sick of war, and they ended up
war.
supporting him. So the MAGA base is really split on this right now, and the MAGA base is going to be really split on this. And you couple that with the QAnon folks that joined in with MAGA on the Epstein, well, not Epstein, but the Pizzagate and the big pedophile ring across the country.
Democrats are eating babies and all that stuff.
Yeah. And
well, that was true.
But at the epicenter of all of that was Epstein.
But it's bipartisan.
And so my point is that this, depending on how this goes, if we're out in 4 weeks or 6 weeks like Trump says, then maybe there won't be any real bad fallout. But like Stacey said, if the deaths start racking up among American servicemen and women, and prices for gas go through the roof.
I think economic issues are going to be much
$5
more
a gallon
than human.
It's going to be tough.
The Straits of Hormuz, if they get closed,
Right.
We were talking about it earlier. I mean, it's almost an insurance issue, right?
Yeah, far be it for me to be the nerd on shipping. The issue with the state, Iran said the Straits of Hormuz are closed. CENTCOM says no, it's not. The insurance company said insure. The tanker said we're not insuring anyone going through there. So the strait is closed, just to be clear. No one's going to take a ship through the Straits of Hormuz without insurance.
Trump has to articulate a clearer message of what we're trying to accomplish, what constitutes victory, and what's our exit strategy. He's going to have to articulate that, or the American public is not going to be with him.
So why aren't we hearing a speech from the Oval Office? Mick McGuire, why doesn't... You know what I thought was interesting over the weekend? Trump took phone calls from a lot of journalists, like Jake Tapper of CNN.
Yep.
He did a New York Times or Washington Post. He did a phone interview.
Yeah, he did a lot of Jonathan Karl from ABC. I mean, he talked to maybe 12 to 15 outlets, but not to us. He was at Mar-a-Lago for a little bit, and he said what we were doing and all that kind of stuff a little bit. Why is there no Oval Office speech? Why can't he speak about this?
Well, I mean, the question you started with was, is Trump going to get a bump or is it going to hurt him?
Yeah.
I ran for office, but I've never been elected to office.
That's why we still hold you in such high regard, sir.
That's right. I serve, so I get a pass. But I can tell you that my impression is this, the American public has maybe a 6-week attention span for this. If this drags on more than that, it's going to be a drag on him, no matter what he says. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, with no judgment of any other U.S. president, if you talk about presidents with a attention span and the ability to hop topics, Donald Trump's pretty good at that. In terms of just going, let's talk about something else. Think about Venezuela. You know, I wasn't that long ago, I was on this show, and no one's talking about that other than to say, hey, the woman that took over is Maduro light, okay? But I guarantee when she goes to bed at night right now, she's thinking, you know, I probably won't repeat exactly what he did, right? Right. That the use of this kinetic force in this way, it has a way to change behavior. Same in Iran. I don't know who's going to emerge out of that. If it's 6 weeks, this is still dragging on, he's going to have trouble. I agree with both of them about what he needs to message in terms of how it ends, right? He wants to assure the United States people and all of our partners in the Middle East that this hegemonic threat from Iran has been put to bed relative to their ability to export terror.
Can I ask you a question? And again, only because you plan for and understand this. One of the concerns I have is the reliance that, for example, China, India, in some cases Russia have on oil and gas and resources coming out of Iran. I'm not worried about this becoming a global war, but at what point do they start supporting and or undermining what's going on there to benefit themselves?
Well, I certainly think the Russians have a real interest in trying to figure out how to make sure they keep getting the oil because they're still fighting in Ukraine.
Right.
And if you are for Ukraine, you're going to love the fact that their oil supplies are being cut.
Getting squeezed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, their ability to actually exert pressure on Ukraine is going to quickly diminish as you shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Now, I get the global economic setup, you know, markets tank, it's the economy stupid, you know, all the political stuff. And if it drags on, it's going to be a problem.
Yes, sir.
But like I said, if he has the ability to literally change the channel in 6 weeks and we're talking about, who knows, something else, I think this will be a non-event in the electoral cycle, quite honestly.
If it goes according to plan. If it doesn't go according to plan and they get someone else in there who's the new supreme leader,
the new crazy Ayatollah,
and is worse, and because there's always a possibility, then this thing was a total disaster, and you've got American troops who have died. We've 6 already dead, and several seriously injured. And I don't think this country wants to see that. You can tell that from the polls early on.
Tell you what, we're going to continue that conversation about kind of the economics of it, the effect that Americans might actually feel, those that aren't serving in the military, don't have a family member like that. This is the 5 o'clock Face-Off, special edition of it on a Monday, all right? We've got Matt Salmon, Mick McGuire, Stacey Pearson. We're back with that conversation next, right here on KTAR.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Did you hear about the new Arizona Cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to BuyerHunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BuyerHunt.com. Check it out at BuyerHunt.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time, you filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium this weekend with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. This weekend, Friday through Sunday, at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Saudi Arabia says the U.S. Embassy in that country's capital appears to have been struck by 2 drones, resulting in what they're describing as a limited fire. There have been no initial reports of injuries in Riyadh. This is the latest in a number of apparent attacks aimed at U.S. interests near Iran, including the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. A number of American military bases in the region have also come under attack after the U.S. launched attacks on Iran over the weekend. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's check the road home now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live with a look from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Cactus Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews and lock in 2025 pricing now and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to check these guys out. I want you to go online. I want you to look at redmountainweightloss.com. There's a lot of reasons for you to go, all right? You got to lose some weight? No better place. How about you guys out there? Low testosterone? Don't want to talk about it? Maybe you have low T? Go get tested. Go meet the doctors at Red Mountain and get tested. Because, you know, maybe you're feeling tired and sluggish and losing focus and the studies are in that men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So, skip the gimmicks. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. And if you get tested and you find out, you got some low testosterone going, you know what? It's a really simple fix. You increase your testosterone with testosterone therapy from Red Mountain. And it'll give you more energy, build muscle mass. You'll sleep better. It's like the fountain of youth. So, you can go to Red Mountain. You can check them out. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, or you can hit pound 250 on your phone. Use the keyword Red Mountain.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, this is The Faceoff, a special Monday edition of it, obviously, with the news over the weekend. And we're real lucky to be joined in studio by retired Major General from the U.S. Air Force. That's Mick McGuire. Former Arizona Congressman, right here from Arizona, that's Matt Salmon. And, of course, the co-founder of Lumen Strategies, Stacey Pearson, in studio with us. So I think one of the concerns a lot of folks have, besides, and I think we all share in the loss of life and the danger that servicemen and women are being put in. Utmost concern, no doubt about it. But the rubber meets the road when people go to fill up their car for gas. The rubber meets the road when they go to the grocery store or whatever, and they start to see prices fluctuating potentially because of this. How much do you think this could affect the American consumer when it comes to things like, well, use gas prices to start with?
Well, again, nobody knows exactly what Iran is going to do in the Straits of Hormuz. We don't know if they're going to,
They've already attacked 3 ships, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, a tanker ship.
And so much of it depends on what they do, in the Gulf, how long and protracted this is going to be. Mm-hmm. Right now, gas prices are up 8%.
Yeah.
Globally.
Oil was up, yeah.
Yeah,
8%,
well, okay,
yeah.
Oil.
Fair.
But that means gas prices
is going to go up, yes.
Yeah, gas is going to be going up too. And when gas goes up, transportation costs and everything, is transported, food, everything. And transportation costs are going to go up too. So it all depends on, what they do with their Navy and how long this lasts.
Can't you offset it with all the oil we took from Venezuela, supposedly?
All 3 days worth?
Well, I don't know.
All
3 days.
Literally, 3 days worth. The 100 billion barrels or whatever that was is 3 days worth of oil for the United States.
Yeah.
So cool, great, that's great.
Not going to work. As soon as Americans see gas prices starting to go up, they're going to turn against this. As soon as they see more coffins coming into the United States.
A flag at half-mast has an impact that it should.
People are going to get flashbacks from the 20 years in Afghanistan, the several years in Iraq.
Well, I just want to put a number on it, by the way. 20% of the world's oil goes by ship through the Straits of Hormuz.
Right.
1/5.
Right.
Now, most of it does not come to the United States, but it doesn't matter because when the price goes up globally, it goes up everywhere.
That's right. It goes everywhere.
The barrel of Texas crude goes up just as much as what's coming out of Saudi Arabia.
And it doesn't come back down. I mean, that's the other issue is some of these price increases will be permanent.
How much are we talking per gallon if this thing gets out of control? Do any of you have an example or an opinion or speaking to people? How much could it be?
I think that's anybody's guess.
I
think it could easily get over $5.
Easily.
And what I can say is right now, we're seeing in focus groups the number of people that are only filling their tanks up 3/4 of a way. They're filling up to dollars and not to tank full.
Not because gas prices are high, but because every other price is high.
Just because I got $20 for gas.
And, that's the world that I was raised in. I mean, you had $20, you'd go give it, or $10 or $5, and you'd give it to the attendant. And
that's exactly how much gas you got.
However far it went. We're seeing that reflected again now in American consumer behavior. And it's unlike anything that I've seen in the 25 years that I've been running campaigns. People are squeezed, and already, and they're filling up to $30 worth or $50 worth for the week, and it's not getting them as far as they wish it would.
And we're all already being warned that gas prices here in Arizona in the summer are going to spike anyway, even without this.
Our proprietary blend.
Oh yeah,
really
summer blend or whatever that is.
Summer
right?
blend.
Oh, it's delicious.
Mick, militarily, I mean, how dangerous is it for the ships to be in the Straits of Hormuz right now? Because Iran says if you come anywhere near, we're going to blow it up.
Yeah. I think the time factor we were talking about earlier today about how long this lasts is unlike previous conflicts in that region. There is no such thing as an Iraqi Navy or a Afghanistani Navy.
Okay.
Those are
Right.
oxymorons.
Okay.
But they have some expeditionary capability in Iran due to the fact that they've built wealth and invested in shipping. I think you're going to see a lot more naval engagement in this conflict. And honestly, given unrestricted access to all the assets we have, I think we can destroy their entire Navy in the next 30 days.
Wow.
I don't disagree. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Seriously,
everybody.
Awesome panel today. Thank you so much for the conversation about this. I'd like to think we learned a lot along the way. Matt Salmon, Mick McGuire, Stacey Pearson, appreciate you guys being a part of the 5 o'clock face-off. We also appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass over there. We've got our DJ just in time. We've got the First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. Becky Lynn, the pride of Tennessee. She's delivering all of the news and information for you and helping you get home. That's Enrique, don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Beat the summer heat before it strikes. Yep, get the $59 AC tune-up special from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing before it runs out. Paul Calvisi here. We do it every year. The Day and Night AC tune-up, and right now, it's only $59. So you save money there and then save money later on your energy bills. You avoid costly repairs. You extend the lifespan of your AC units, and it's only $59 at dayandnightair.com. That's dayandnightair.com.
Valid through 3/31/26. Conditions apply. Limited time offer.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
This isn't just any music and wine event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. It's the Love is in the Air music and wine event, and it's happening Friday evening, March 6th. I'm Jamie West. Sip, savor, and soak in the sounds of the talented North Valley Chorale with their enchanting Love is in the Air concert. From heartfelt harmonies to soaring melodies, it'll be a night for raising a glass to love. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Hey, good Monday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so.
President Trump makes his first public appearance after ordering the attack on Iran. And
an Arizona congressman questioning Middle East conflict wants answers. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
We'll have those stories and much, much more. But right now, let's go out to the roads and see how they are rolling this evening. Enrique Garcia joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Disabled vehicle in Phoenix blocking the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway eastbound near 40th Street. Tolleson with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 107th Avenue in Phoenix again. Crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Cactus Road. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Get 15% off when you refresh your home with Arizona Painting Company. Text paint to 620-620 to learn more. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low should drop to 59 degrees. It'll be mostly cloudy and clear up throughout the night. Tomorrow, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. Right now in Phoenix, it's 83 degrees. And conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
It's 6:01 now. The Pentagon now says a total of 6 U.S. service members have died since the U.S. began launching attacks on Iran over the weekend. We're also told at least 18 additional personnel have been seriously injured. That as the State Department is now urging Americans in more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries, including Bahrain, Egypt, Israel, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, to leave. Many of those have been targets of Iranian attacks over the last couple of days. And Saudi Arabia says the U.S. Embassy in that country's capital appears to have been struck by 2 drones, resulting in what they're describing as a limited fire. There have been no initial reports of injuries in Riyadh.
We will easily prevail.
That is President Trump addressing the nation following an onslaught of military strikes in Iran. He says the attacks will not only put an end to its nuclear ambitions, they will cripple Iran's ability to fund non-Iranian terrorists.
For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb.
Trump says this all comes after peace talks continued to fall through with Iranian leadership.
It is the role of Congress to make a declaration of war.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says the president cannot declare wars on his own.
That as the U.S.'s war with Iran escalates and will last for at least several weeks, if not longer, according to President Trump himself today. But Arizona Democrat Greg Stanton also saying the president should have gone through Congress, adding he wants to know what the end goal is in the Middle East.
And we'll be debating that in the United States Congress this week. I look forward to having that thorough debate and hopefully getting a much better explanation as to the United States' objectives in Iran in that briefing.
And Stanton referring to a briefing Congress will receive tomorrow on the war. He also says this week there will be a vote on a measure limiting the president's ability to enter military conflicts. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Just keep your head on a swivel.
Following the violence in the Middle East, there is increasing fear the war may find its way onto U.S. soil.
The Department of Homeland Security is sounding the alarm on potential lone wolf attacks and cyber threats as strikes continue in Iran. ABC News contributor and former FBI special agent in charge Rich Frankel tells Arizona's Morning News those concerns are very real.
The lone wolf, just by its name, no one knows about it, and so that person can act out without any notice to law enforcement.
This comes as investigators look into whether Iran may have been connected to a gunman who killed 2 people in a bar in Texas. Meanwhile, the Phoenix and Tempe police departments have both issued statements saying they will increase high-visibility patrols around public gatherings and houses of worship out of an abundance of caution. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
As we turn to Wall Street today, the Dow is down 73 points, closing out the day at 48,904. S&P up about 2.5 points. The NASDAQ rose 80. And if you need more money news, you can always visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
There's a report out that shows the utility companies, not my favorites, asking for a rate increase could have saved millions of dollars and passed those savings on to you, Becky Lynn, to me as well, and to our KTAR News reporter, Heidi Hommel, who joins us right now. Heidi, what did the utility companies need to do to save us some money? Because it seems to me like this is one simple thing that they could have done.
Right. We keep hearing about these proposed rate increases here. It keeps getting
high.
hotter and hotter. What was it, 95 over the weekend, 90 degrees? It's
third straight record breaker today. I think we hit 91.
Yep. That means more electricity it's going to take to cool our homes. So I'm reporting on and learning about these things called regional electricity markets. And regional electricity markets, basically every utility belongs to one. And it helps them sort of transfer energy. If you think about a utility, right, they operate within their own zones. They draw their own boundaries, correct? So these regional electricity markets allow them to basically trade energy between other utilities because, you know, you got to have a diverse energy portfolio. You know, you've got solar, nuclear, hydropower.
Wind.
Exactly.
It's almost like being in a mutual fund or something. You have all of these people in this one little group, and they're all working kind of together.
Correct.
Okay.
So then that kind of brings you to the question, do they all need to be a part of the same regional electricity market? And they don't, but it would benefit them too, right? Because they're next to one another.
You're talking about all of ours here, SRP, APS, and
Tucson Electric Power. So they don't all need to be, but they are. Basically, all of the 3 big utilities will be switching to a new regional electricity market in 2027. And so I got a report from Aurora Energy Research that kind of looked into the cost-saving benefit analysis of this. How much is this going to save people? And what it found out is 2 of them, it's not saving them very much. It's actually making it more expensive. So I'm waiting to hear back from some of these utilities and figure out why did they choose this regional electricity market and not the other one.
So let me get this straight. We have 3 utilities here in Arizona that we're talking about, and they could have all joined the same one, but they didn't, and
no, they did all join the same one.
They did all join the same one.
But they didn't necessarily have to.
Yes, it's called Markets Plus. They will be joining it in, but they haven't. Doesn't start till 2027.
Okay,
but it only benefits one of them.
Gotcha.
The other 2, it doesn't. So I'm trying to answer the question: why this one?
Why did they choose this one as opposed to one that could have saved us money and they could have passed it on to us?
Correct.
All right, and they've not. We don't know which one yet, but you're going to tell us tomorrow.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, we will find out more because hopefully she'll have a response by that time.
Look forward to hearing more on that. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Thanks,
we appreciate it. Coming up in just a few minutes, Congressman Greg Stanton is in our building here. He's going to join us on Arizona's Evening News to discuss the attack in Iran and also Arizona, a big issue here locally, Colorado River water.
Yes.
And also, we're going to bring you another traffic report for your ride home. A new season of Amazing Arizonans podcast just launched, and on the first episode, Mike Broomhead sits down with former Vice President Dan Quayle. Watch and listen to this exclusive conversation at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:08.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to MWUclinics.com. MWUclinics.com.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
Everyone loves springtime in Phoenix, so don't ruin it painting. Do what your neighbor Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, and now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, Jim Sharp, and Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News, the Iran conflict's expected to last for weeks, so will gas go sky high, and what's the potential for cyber attacks? Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen on air online or on the KTAR app.
612, thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
Hey, we got to give a shout out to our friends in Goodyear. Our Goodyearians, we'll call them. We appreciate you listening to KTAR in Goodyear tonight.
It is the role of Congress to make a declaration of war.
We'll have more from Congressman Greg Stanton in studio in just a moment. But right now, let's get you home. Checking on traffic, it's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 40th Street. Phoenix again, crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Quality mental health care shouldn't be out of reach. They take most insurance and tailor every treatment plan. Go to revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low just below 60 degrees. Tuesday, sunny, a bit cooler with a high of 86. Right now in Buckeye, it's 82 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. And joining us right now in studio, the aforementioned Congressman Greg Stanton. We're going to talk about water in just a couple moments. And, of course, the Colorado River, a super serious and pressing issue here in Arizona and, of course, right here in the Valley. But in light of everything that's happened with Iran in the last few days, we need to start right there. And I know you're unhappy the president didn't go through Congress before this conflict in Iran broke out. Are we at war with Iran right now? Because only Congress can declare war, but the president can use the War Powers Act to engage in military action. So, in your opinion, we at war?
Okay, first things first, we have lost 6 of our fellow Americans. They have died in service to this country, and we just, first off, owe our sympathies and thoughts and prayers to the families of those service members, and we just owe them a debt of gratitude because we don't often get in a situation like this when we are in active conflict, a warlike circumstances, and we lose our service members. So let's first note for that. Yes, it appears that we are in a war with Iran. This is exactly what the War Powers Act exists for. Congress is the entity that must, and only Congress can declare war. So it is critical now that the president and his team present whatever evidence they have for this action that's been taken. It looks like it's going to be an ongoing action for weeks on end. As you saw, the State Department said that Americans in 14 countries in the region should immediately evacuate. So it appears that this conflict is going to be expanding. It is critical that this come before Congress and further action be authorized by Congress before we continue. This is exactly how our Constitution is set up, that Congress is the one that declares war on behalf of the United States of America.
So Congress didn't declare this war, but now you're going back to D.C. and you'll be briefed tomorrow. There was discussion that there was an imminent threat. And then other people said, no, there was no imminent threat that I can see. So if they ask for congressional approval to continue on, what will you say?
Well, the first thing we're going to be voting on is what's called a war power resolution that would require the president to have a formal vote of Congress for an act of war. So it's actually 2 votes.
Okay.
The first vote is probably the most important one. It should be unanimous by members of Congress that any act of war declaration has to come before Congress. Whether you're going to vote yes or no on the ultimate decision, whether we should continue in an active engagement in this region, whether you vote yes or no, you have to stand for the proposition for our Constitution that says Congress is the only one that can do this, and that will be the vote that we are taking this week. Now, we are getting a classified briefing by the top leadership of the Pentagon, both civilian and military, and they will hopefully tell us the reasons why they took this action, what was the imminent threat, and most importantly, what is the objective? Because I watched the pre-recorded videos of the president over the weekend. He didn't take any live questions. He did pre-recorded videos. And I watched Secretary Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and Dean Cain, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this morning, and I still left confused. What is the objective? What are we trying to accomplish? You owe it to the American people that if you're going to put American lives at risk, what are we trying to accomplish? And I think they have failed to do that so far.
Let's talk about the potential effects of this here locally, and something that if Americans don't know about, they'll be hearing a lot more about in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's influence over that. How concerned should we be about the price of oil and gas prices here in Arizona?
Well, look, that may be a ramification of this ongoing conflict if, in fact, Iran decides to try to shoot at American or other ships that are carrying resources, including oil, in that strait, in that arena. So that certainly could be a impact. But I think we should, look, when the United States has to take action, we will take action. We have the strongest military on the planet. We have the strongest economy on this planet. And when use of that is necessary, we should be willing to do it in a bipartisan way. So the first question is not the impact on gas prices, though it may be, is are we doing the right thing with the lives of our fellow Americans and with the resources that the American people pay for?
And we need to know more about it. Like you said, what's going on? Why did we do this for sure? And what's the end game?
Yeah, you've got questions, and it's why you're headed back to Washington, D.C. to get those answers.
Well, I have questions on behalf of the people I represent. Congress is the level of the federal government that is closest to the people. I represent 800,000 people in the East Valley, so I'm going to ask these tough questions on behalf of the American people.
Should we switch to water at this point?
We should, because we know you have some questions about water as well that you turned to your constituents, and you wanted to hear from them on water before you weighed in with some thoughts on water as well. Now,
you said 1,800 people reached out to you.
We asked maybe 3 or 4 days ago for the public to provide me comments that I could provide to the federal government, in this case, the Department of Interior, because today is an important deadline of a public comment period. And in this case, I'm able now to, on behalf of 1,800 people, which is an incredible number of people responding on an issue that isn't always a front page issue, but is critically important to Arizona, I'll be able to provide responses to the federal government. They had put out some ideas of what might happen with the future of the Colorado River. Many of them are not good for the people of the state of Arizona. They had this comment period. Today was the deadline. And yes, we did submit over 1,800 comments on behalf of the people of Arizona.
Congressman Greg Stanton joining us in studio. Now, we're hearing that the decision, should these 7 basin states, we've got the upper basin states, Arizona part of the lower basin states, along with Nevada and California, that if those 7 basin states don't come to an agreement, will be made at the federal level. How would we fare? What would be best for Arizona in that case? Would we fare better if we do get the feds to make this decision as opposed to the 7 states come together and make the decision?
Because they're not getting anywhere fast, it sounds like.
Well, yes, the 7 states, including our governor who's at the negotiating table, right now we are unfortunately very far away from an agreement. And that agreement was supposed to be done by the middle of February 14th. It didn't happen. And so the next step would be for the Department of Interior, Doug Burgum, the Secretary of the Interior, to basically make this decision for us. We do not want that to happen.
Okay.
For a variety of reasons. There's a really good chance he could make a decision that is not good for Arizona. But more importantly, almost inevitably, it will end up in litigation. If it ends up in litigation, this could be 10 or more years before we actually get a final decision. And we'll sort of be in no man's land in the meantime. Now, make no mistake. I represent Arizona. I was a mayor of Phoenix. Now I represent Congress. I'm a homer for Arizona. So I am biased for my home state.
Of course
That's good. We
but
want to
our
hear that.
position in these negotiations is the correct one. And that is any cuts should be shared equally between the upper basin and the lower basin. Under many of the ideas that have been presented, Arizona in particular would take vastly disproportionate cuts. That is terrible, not just for Arizona, for America. Because if you look at our economy here, what are we doing? We are building the most cutting-edge manufacturing in America. Those semiconductor fabs at Intel and at TSMC are the semiconductor chips, the most advanced in the world, are going into our military artillery that's being used right now in the Middle East. They're trying to protect American lives. We are doing such advanced work. It is critical for American national security. We should take our fair share of cuts, but not our disproportionate share, so we continue to grow in this most important industry. We are the leading area in the country for semiconductor production, and that is critical for our national security.
And that takes a lot of water, as I understand, those data centers and those chip
Less than you
manufacturers.
think, and let me tell you why. Because the real secret, what we need to do in Arizona is recycle, recycle, recycle. Conservation is everything. And I work closely with Intel, which is manufacturing in my district, and TSMC is working with the city of Phoenix and Mayor Guy, who's doing a great job on this, and they are recycling virtually every drop. It's a miracle. Let me tell you something. We have grown so much in the last 50 years here in this valley. We use less water, not per capita. We use less water in total now than we did 50 years ago. We are doing the job in Arizona on conservation. We are a model for the country on less water usage, doing more with less. That's why we deserve to get only our fair share of the cuts and not our disproportionate share. The industries, the advanced industries we have here, how critical it is for a national economy, and the fact that we have done more than anyone on conserving water.
Congressman Greg Stanton, last one and we'll get you out of here. I saw that Arizona is the most vulnerable state when it comes to this battle with water rights, and that we have low priority water rights. What does that mean, and how is that the case? Like you've said, data centers, all of the chip manufacturing that we do here in Arizona, is it just by virtue of the fact that they negotiated this deal decades ago and that, Arizona has built up in that time. How does Arizona have such low priority water rights if we do so much here?
I am an attorney, but I'm a recovering attorney because I serve in Congress right now. So take every legal analysis that I'm about to give with the appropriate grain of salt. But here's what happened. When the case, there was a battle over the 1922 agreement. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. They issued a decision in 1963, and they determined that basically of the 15 million acre feet or so that is supposed to be generated by the Colorado River, upper basin gets half, lower basin gets half. But there was a dispute among the lower basin about priority. We get 2.8 million acre feet in Arizona. Mexico, by the way, needs to receive 1.5 million acre feet. There's an aspect of international relations in this as well. But they did come to the conclusion that our 2.8 million acre feet that we are owed every year is junior to California. And so I guess from that legal perspective, we are junior to them and therefore are more at risk. In particular in Arizona, agriculture and some of the farming areas are most at risk. We don't even want to get to that point, though. Our feeling is that in 1922, all of the states agreed, half upper basin, half lower basin. Stick with that agreement, and Arizona's going to be okay.
All right.
Congressman Greg Stanton weighing in on the war in Iran and also our future with water here in Arizona as well.
Important.
Any other cheery topics you want to talk about today?
We'll try to come up with something more cheery for your next time in. Please come back and join us on
Thank you so
Arizona's
much.
Evening News. Okay, coming up tonight.
20% of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz.
And that strait is in the line of fire amidst continuing attacks on Iran. What will it mean for gas prices? Well, we'll check into that in just about 5 minutes. We'll check on your traffic as well. KTAR News Time, 6:25.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Monday evening. It's 6:30. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
we didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
And the defense secretary weighing in there on what lies ahead in this conflict with Iran. Also tonight,
it could soon become a felony to pressure someone to take their life. I'm Heidi Hommel.
We're going to get those stories coming up, but right now, let's check on the ride home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near 40th Street. Phoenix again with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low should level off 59 degrees. It'll clear up throughout the evening. Tomorrow it's going to be 86 and nice and sunny. Right now in Scottsdale, 81 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
It's 6:31 now. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has detailed why the U.S. is attacking Iran.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
Hegseth says Iran's nuclear pursuits, targeting of global shipping lanes, and growing arsenal of missiles are no longer acceptable risks.
If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
He also says Iran was stalling on peace talks while building what he called a conventional shield for nuclear blackmail ambitions. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallegos still has lots of questions about the decision to launch a tax on Iran.
You shouldn't be sending our men and women unless it is an actual threat to our homeland and to our national security. For example, Afghanistan was a reason we should have gone to Afghanistan. That is where the 9/11 attackers were trained. They were harboring al-Qaeda.
The Democrat tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he is not convinced the U.S. was under an imminent threat from Iran. Now, you can see that entire exclusive conversation with Senator Gallego on KTAR's YouTube channel. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Will this conflict in the Middle East increase gas prices?
Oil prices have risen 8.5% in the wake of U.S. action against Iran. Evan Taylor, associate econ professor at U of A, joins Arizona's Morning News and says that oil prices could rise even further.
Could get much worse. I've seen projections that if this is prolonged, that oil would go up to maybe $100 a barrel, which would increase our gas prices by probably something like 75 cents to $1.
He says that 20% of the world's oil supply flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Teen suicide is the #1 cause of death for Arizona youth.
A bill passed by the Arizona House today would make it a felony to encourage someone to commit suicide.
It's called Cade's Law. If you see something, say something. State Rep Pamela Carter explains. In 2022, the 16-year-old posted a video online saying he intended to take his own life and shared it with his peers. No one called 911, and he died by suicide the next day.
This bill makes it a Class 2 felony for anyone 18 or older to intentionally encourage or advise a minor to commit suicide when they know the minor intends to do it.
She explains current law punishes providing the physical means to carry out a suicide, but not words or online messages. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Turning to sports, the number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats play host to the Iowa State Cyclones tonight. Tip-off at 7. Phoenix Suns are back on the court tomorrow when they're in Sacramento. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Reaction from Arizona's leaders to the military operation in Iran. Congressman Greg Stanton, who joined us minutes ago on Arizona's Evening News, said earlier today he still wants more clarity.
And I still think that they have not made the objectives of this operation clear to the American people.
Now, Stanton says this needs to be a group effort.
Even the President of the United States cannot move the country into war. So it's important. We're going to go back this weekend, and we're going to have a very important vote, and that is to assert the role of Congress in issues of war.
Becky Lynn, you mentioned Ruben Gallego. Senator Gallego was on with Bruce and Gatos from Outspoken earlier. Senator Mark Kelly demanding more answers as well.
You know, the president said hopefully. Hope is not a strategy. We got to have a plan here. I mean, what is the strategic goal, and how do we achieve it?
So what would Senator Kelly like to see from President Trump?
My job here in the United States Senate is to make sure that this administration, has a plan and doesn't put Americans, especially U.S. service members, at further risk.
And while at the White House today, President Trump made his first public comments since the U.S.-Israel joint strikes on Iran began over the weekend, confirming the operation is still ongoing and laying out his goals for the mission.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
And one last thing that just came down late this afternoon, Saudi Arabia says the U.S. Embassy in that country's capital appears to have been struck by 2 drones, resulting in what they're describing as a limited fire, but there have been no initial reports of injuries in Riyadh.
Coming up.
I didn't know it was going to happen. My sense was it was going to happen. Once we started moving all of our assets from all around the world.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has lots of questions about why the United States decided to attack Iran over the weekend. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:36.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of pool company gimmicks? Dolphin Pools is different. For 42 years, Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. We're the Valley's #1 Google and Yelp rated pool builder, and now serving even more families with our new office in Surprise. Order today and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. And with interest rates at their lowest in 3 years, there has never been a better time to start. Dolphin Pools, affordable luxury, built to last. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this
Okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear about the new Arizona cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio lays out the administration's plans in Iran. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen online, on air, or on the app.
It's 6:40. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn. And why'd the United States go to war with Iran? Senator Ruben Gallego joined Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken earlier this afternoon. It's been the big story that we've covered all day today, Becky Lynn. We had Congressman Stanton in to talk about it with us. We played some cuts as well from the president, Senator Kelly, amongst a number of others. And Senator Gallego earlier today, here's what his thoughts were.
When you go to war as quickly as we did without approval of Congress, which you should, and or at least a minimum notification to the whole country, it's because there is an actual imminent threat to our troops or the mainland, right? There was no capability for Iran to hit the mainland of the United States with ballistic missiles. That is absolute BS. Everyone that actually follows their trajectory of how they're building things knows that they were years away from that. We know that their nuclear capability was still not totally eroded, even though this administration said it was obliterated a couple months ago. But we also know they weren't anywhere near actually being able to field a nuclear weapon or anything in that regard. And then now the different reasons come back and forth what it is. My whole problem is that, number one, I think it's illegal for us to go to war unless there's an actual threat to our friends and to our national interests, which I don't think there is right now, to our troops, I should say, and to our national interests. And number two, there is no plan. The plan went from 1 day to 2 days. Now it's saying 4 to 5 weeks or whatever it takes, but that takes actual time and money. We only have so many amount of rockets. We have so many amount of bombs, and we have realistic expectations for us to actually take care of security all over the world. And right now, because I think there wasn't proper planning, I think we're going to end up having very poor performance.
Now, when he learned it happened, what was his initial reaction?
I didn't know it was going to happen. My sense was it was going to happen. Once we started moving all of our assets from all around the world, wasting millions, and not wasting, but using billions of dollars to do that, and positioning 50% of our fleet basically in a very small area, all stack Iran, I always thought it was going to be a matter of time. The most important thing I worried about first is, number one, are our men and women safe, right? Beyond like the politics, beyond our, the idea of whether we should be at war or not, my first thought is, my God, I hope our men and women are safe, right? Because anytime you engage in any time of war making, things happen, right? They don't have to be good. Your opponent doesn't have to be good. They just have to be lucky. Mm. And when you're sending so many assets, so many planes into a certain area, all these guys have to do is just shoot a couple rockets or land a couple drones to the right spot, and people are going to die. So that was my first thought. Number two, my second thought is, how is this going to make us safer? And why are we doing this, right? And I think it's always important for any leader in this country, whenever you're sending our men and women, this is why, unfortunately, I had to learn this the hard way when I went to war and lost a lot of friends in the process, that you shouldn't be sending our men and women unless it is an actual threat to our homeland and to our national security. For example, Afghanistan was a reason we should have gone to Afghanistan. That is where the 9/11 attackers were trained. They were harboring al-Qaeda. Iraq was a war of choice. A war of choice that distracted us from where we need to be focused on, which should have been Afghanistan, Russia, and China. Now we're engaging in another war of choice. And we had to make some decisions because of that. We had to pull away likely from Asia, pull away a little more from Europe. And then in terms of just money, this is expensive. We're spending money right now. We need to be focusing on the domestic problems we have in this country right now.
Senator Gallego weighed in on a number of other issues, including taking out the Iranian leadership, also the responsibility of President Trump in moments like this. And you can see all of that at the KTAR News YouTube page, online at KTAR.com, on our app, or the podcast as well. Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe, Becky, thank you. Surprised with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Grand Avenue eastbound, approaching the Loop 303 northbound transition. Tempe with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound at Center Parkway. And Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound, this time near 40th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 59 degrees. Tomorrow, expect sunny skies with a high in the mid-80s. Right now in Litchfield Park, it's 80 degrees. 91 at Sky Harbor today was a record breaker. Third day in a row, Becky Lynn.
Yep.
Third day in a row with the record-breaking heat.
And 4 at 90. One of them wasn't a record breaker, but 3 were record breakers.
Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X. What was that noise again?
That's exhaustion from the heat.
Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up, marijuana use and gun ownership. The U.S. Supreme Court is taking a closer look. We're about 5 minutes away from more on that story and many others as well. KTAR News time now at 6:45.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's Gatos. The big differences between the war in Iran and the Iraq War. You can catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Among our top stories tonight, of course, we are focusing on Iran. ABC News has learned the Cárdenas air, drone, and naval bases in southern Iran took on extensive damage. We've also discovered multiple Iranian ships on fire at the Bandar Abbas naval base. Even the Natanz nuclear complex took on damage. Here's more details from ABC's chief global correspondent, Martha Raddatz.
The U.S.-Israeli strikes across Iran have been vast and relentless, missiles pounding close to 2,000 targets in at least 50 locations. A major focus of the strikes, Iran's missile launchers, its stockpiles, and those deadly one-way attack drones that are now wreaking havoc across the Gulf.
And the oil industry now is preparing for a major blockade after the U.S. and Israel hit Iran this weekend. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman is in Istanbul.
With oil prices jumping, Iran warned it will set fire to any ship that tries to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the vital shipping lane where some 20% of the world's oil and gas passes.
The decades-old prohibition against gun possession by illegal drug users went before the U.S. Supreme Court for oral arguments today with a close focus on marijuana.
Justices skeptical of the law's constitutionality pointed to the widespread use of marijuana in today's society, and also the lack of any line in the statute as to when one becomes an unlawful user of drugs and stops being one.
What if he took one?
Justice Neil Gorsuch asked about a man who might take a gummy every other night to stay asleep.
Disarm him for life?
But Chief Justice John Roberts aired his concern that the court would have to decide which drugs run afoul of the law and when.
We're going to assess those on a case-by-case basis and apparently on an individual-by-individual basis.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
A federal appeals court rejected the Trump administration's attempt to delay the fight over tariff refunds.
After the Supreme Court's landmark ruling last month, the group of small businesses that led the case argued that a lower court should be able to immediately consider a process to issue refunds. The Trump administration pushed back, though, asking for a 3-month delay to let the political process play out. But a federal appeals court on Monday rejected their request, allowing the fight over tariff refunds to begin at the New York-based Court of International Trade. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Ready to news volley, Becky Lynn? Jump into a couple stories from the news?
Some stories that didn't make the main cut, but right on the edge.
Well, they're right there.
That's right.
I mean, just it's been a lot of Iran today. Very heavy.
It really has. That's the biggest story.
Well, let's talk about an issue that's very big here locally, and that's our education here in Arizona. Our education reporter, Shira Tanzer, has a piece on KTAR.com right now that only 36% of Arizona third graders are reading proficiently, according to the Arizona Progress Meter. The data tracker from the Center for the Future of Arizona looks at the current data alongside a statewide goal to raise that percentage to double, 72%, in less than 5 years by 2030. Yeah, so a lot of progress to be made here. Now, the director of early learning with Read on Arizona says that the goal might seem unattainable, but there are ways to increase those numbers with a lot of hard work. How optimistic are you Arizona's going to see its reading proficiency double by 2030?
I would like to be very optimistic. I am a firm believer in reading being a key proponent in your education.
And what do they say? It's fundamental.
It is. That's right. And fun, in my personal opinion. Doubling, but in how? What'd you say? Less than
by
5
2030.
Years? No, I don't see that happening, and I think there's too many obstacles in the way. The director of the Read on Arizona project said a lot of hard work. We're having a lot of trouble getting hard work for science or math or anything else, much less buckling down and reading proficiency doubling.
Well, even more than that, we're having a hard time getting teachers to come into the classroom to do the hard work. I mean, a teacher in Arizona is not a, how do I want to phrase this? But it's not a glamorous job these days. I think it's a very hard-earned position and one that we sorely need more of. But a teacher is not looked at the same way as a basketball player might or a lawyer might. You know that if you're a teacher here in Arizona, you are signing up for years of hard work and a paycheck that's not going to be in the six figures.
But here's the thing. Parents can help kids learn to read.
Of course.
I mean, it's not all on a teacher to teach a kid to read.
Isn't that a lot of the problem, though, too?
I think it is. And we've got so many distractions. Video games, smartphones, everything else.
Social media.
That are keeping you from buckling down and learning to be a better reader. I find this disheartening, and I hope they're able to do it because I do see it as necessary.
Well, troubling news for you. I signed up for TikTok last night.
I'm sorry you did that. I have managed to abstain.
I had somebody send me a video, and I couldn't see it unless I signed up.
And you succumbed.
I finally bit the bullet last night, and I said, I'm going to see what this is all about.
You can delete it, just since you saw the video.
No.
You don't have to keep it. Yeah, you're not going to do it.
It was these cute little cats cuddling, Becky Lynn.
Part of the problem, Joe.
I know.
Okay, here's another story.
Yeah.
Surprise police responded to a West Valley warehouse recently purchased by ICE for use as a detention center after somebody tried to burn the building to the ground over the weekend. A sprinkler system did extinguish the fire. Do you think ICE will go through with turning this big warehouse into a detention center, or are they going to move on to somewhere else?
Oh, I'm really conflicted. There has been, it seems like, more fight over this warehouse in the West Valley than any other, issue with ICE here in Arizona that I've heard about. It seems like the folks in Surprise do not want this warehouse out there at all. And frankly, I don't know who would want this in their backyard. We're talking, this is like blocks away from apartments. This is an eyesore if you have to deal with this and you live in this neighborhood. You don't want thousands of people coming and going in and out. And it's a huge warehouse. Now, the building's already there. But I think people, when they moved in, they envisioned, hey, this is going to be used for like an Amazon or something like that, not to house individuals in almost like a prison-esque setting.
It's very prison-esque, you're right.
Even though that's not what it is, but that's the perception.
It is indeed. And I think it just came as a complete surprise. It was like all of a sudden one day we just hear the news. It wasn't even, there was no rumor that it was happening.
No.
It just happened. It was like, oh, guess what? And we had a story earlier today that DHS has also looked at a building in Marana down near Tucson. So that would be two very close by.
Definitely. So I'm very conflicted. I think if DHS has other sites where they can put this that are not so close to the public, I would think that would be a good move for them, good optics for DHS. Like, I can't imagine they want this set up in people's backyards. And I'm sure the people of Surprise don't want it. Are they actually going to be able to find a warehouse that can house, 1,500 people is what they've said this one in Surprise could house?
They've already purchased it.
Right. But they could use it for something else, or they could sell it.
They could sell it, but they did purchase it.
Yep.
It's ready to go. I mean, they must have looked at everything that was going on around it and made the decision anyway. So I don't know why they would bother to change their minds now, because they didn't ask anybody what they thought about it before.
If you're holding my feet to the fire, I don't think they end up.
You don't think it will?
No.
Okay.
I just think there'll be too much backlash and too much pushback.
Okay. Let's see what we're having tomorrow.
On Arizona's Morning News?
On Arizona's Morning News. Here's what we're looking at.
Recently we had a study session, and one of the things I brought up, that public safety was non-negotiable. That means it's the #1 priority in our community, and that's what our residents want.
It's a closer look at why a real-time crime center is coming to Mesa also.
It really just overall helped with my work-life balance because I have 2 little kids, and having the time to spend time with them as well as develop a career has really helped me for sure.
There's a new program that looks to put more people to work in the local semiconductor industry. And as we heard earlier today, and we've all learned, this is huge here in Arizona. Also, the latest on the continuing conflict with Iran, all of that and much more on the way tomorrow morning with Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey. Arizona's Morning News starts at 5 o'clock right here. And, of course, you can watch it live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Now, you going to send me home with some good news here?
I am. It's just kind of fun news. Have you ever played Monopoly?
Oh, who hasn't? Of course.
I can't imagine anyone hasn't played Monopoly because it turns 90 years old this year. And a Monopoly world champion by the name of Jason Bunn of the UK is sharing some successful strategies for winning the game. First of all, I didn't realize there was actual strategy involved. I mean, I just sat down and rolled the dice and, Second of all, I don't think I've ever experienced anyone winning the game because it never seems to end. Well, Jason addresses this. First, he says, concentrate on buying and building the orange properties. They offer you the best return on investment.
Oh, wow.
Build 3 houses quickly to increase your earning power. Buy everything because you can use it later in negotiations. Another tip, follow the rules. He says that's part of the reason the games go on and never end because people make up their own rules.